Chapter 687. She could only do as she was told and consume the medicinal pill. Yi Chen waved his hand, and many formation materials appeared in the air. He grabbed through the air, and a wisp of true fire appeared out of nowhere, melting all the formation materials soon. A spirit-gathering formation appeared around her. He formed a seal with both hands and sent out a seal towards the center of the Nine Dragons Lake. Let me borrow the spiritual energy of the Nine Dragons Lake. In an instant, the entire Nine Dragons Lake shook violently. A faint dragon roar rang out, as if a sleeping dragon had awakened. The mist around the Nine Dragons Lake quickly rushed towards the spirit-gathering formation and was absorbed by it. As the spirit-gathering formation operated, all of the mist was converted into pure spiritual energy that surged into her body. Yi Chen reminded immediately, "Yuhan, activate your cultivation method now." She could only begin sensing the memories in her head. Although she had no cultivation experience and did not know how to turn it into a cultivation method before this, she had no idea how to do it. However, after the sorcerer god of the ghost witch cult, the Hell Demon, failed to possess her, all of his memories were absorbed and integrated by Su Yuhan. Therefore, she could do many cultivation things subconsciously. What she cultivated was the Celestial Maiden Moon art. This was the supreme mental cultivation method of the ghost spirit sect where the Yama demons were. Only the sect masters of the past generations could cultivate it. It was very suitable for Su Yuhan. This cultivation method could even make people look young forever. Soon, there was a rhythm between her chest and her nostrils. Each time she breathed, she would absorb spiritual energy into her body. This meant that she had already sensed qi. Yi Chen dared not let his guard down at all. He had been guarding her. Over half an hour later, Su Yuhan opened her eyes all of a sudden. The aura on her body changed as well. She became a little ethereal with a faint sense of transcendence. "Little Chen, I did it." Sensing the changes in her body, she was surprised. "I've successfully cultivated to beginner stage spirit assembly." Noticing that something was wrong with Yi Chen's expression, she could not help but say weakly, "Xiaochen, why do you look unhappy? Could it be that I'm too stupid and have been cultivating for too long?" Yi Chen said with a grim expression, "I'm happy. I'm so happy." At this moment, he felt that he had suffered a blow. Half an hour. She only used half an hour to get to beginner stage spirit assembly. Even the so-called rare geniuses of the sects in the cultivation world would need at least 4 hours to cultivate from a mortal to the early stage of spirit gathering. Lin Tai used a month back then. Yang Tian used half a month. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had used 10 days back then. It was evident that Su Yuhan's potential was terrifying. Is this the benefit of the mysterious Yin body? Yi Chen took a deep breath in when he saw the silly woman's expression. He was upset. "Attack me now." "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." Su Yuhan nodded excitedly. A cunning gleam flashed through her beautiful eyes. Then she took a few steps back and shouted, "Take this!" Boom! A fireball the size of a baby's fist flew toward Yi Chen. However, when the fireball was less than a step away from Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Then it suddenly dispersed. Fireball spell. She can cast spells as soon as she starts cultivating. Yi Chen felt that he had suffered another blow. At this moment, a wind blade accompanied by the sound of the wind whistled over. Wind blade spell. Ice bullet spell. Earth wall spell. Su Yuhan performed more than 10 basic spells on Yi Chen consecutively. Although Yi Chen blocked all of them, it dealt a heavy blow to him. She said while panting, "I'm not doing it anymore. I can't do anything to you every time. It's boring." Yi Chen finally felt better upon hearing that. He said in between tears and laughter, "Even if I give in to you, you can't do anything to me. It's normal. If you really want to find someone to practice with, look for Yang Tian later." With the strength of his physical body. So what if he was just cultivating spells? Su Yuhan lifted her fair neck and looked at him in anticipation. Shaochen, what's my ability level now? You're on beginner stage, spirit, assembly now. Yi Chun said while smiling. It's equivalent to the illuminating pulse among ancient martial artists. Those below master level can't hurt you. Or it's equivalent to the Dao entry among spell masters. Subsequently, he taught Su Yuhan many things. He only let her return to her room when her eyelids were fighting. He secretly shook his head. Her mentality is still not good enough. Although Su Yuhan possessed a certain level of ability now, her mentality had yet to change. Perhaps she knew that the path of cultivation was like sailing against the current. If she did not advance, she would fall behind. However, considering that Yi Qin was around, she did not really care. Yi Qin only walked to the herb field at the back of the villa after she fell asleep. He had set up a formation in the herb field earlier to prevent birds and beasts from eating it. Under the bright moonlight, there was something that looked like a fruit on a small tree that was half the height of a person. It was black and not round or oval. Instead, it was strip-shaped like a rolling pin. Yi Qin lowered his head and sized it up. It's been half a year. Are you still not mature? The thing in front of him was something he had picked up from a stall in the Jiulong antique city when he had just returned to Earth. However, since he had used the immortal drift bottle to make it mature and release the fragrance, which made his cultivation soar, it bore a fruit. Over the past half a year, he had not figured out what this fruit was. As time passed, he decided to just plant it in the herb field. With a flash of green light, a walnut-sized green item appeared in his hand. It was the item he had obtained from the ghost which cult's ancestral court. At the same time, the immortal drift bottle in his body moved again. Yi Qin looked at the item in his hand and then at the black fruit before him. He frowned and said, "Could there be some connection between you guys?" Thinking to this point, he lifted his head to look at the full moon in the sky and placed the item in his hand on a piece of fertile soil. With a thought, a small dark green bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle was crystal clear like jade and about the size of a baby's palm. Its entire body was engraved with ancient birds, beasts, insects, and fish. It was the immortal drift bottle. Under the moonlight, the immortal drift bottle trembled slightly. Subsequently, it emitted a faint green glow. As soon as the green glow appeared, the surrounding plants grew wildly. Yi Qin pondered for a while. He picked up the immortal drift bottle and poured it gently on the green, walnut-like object buried in the soil. A drop of green liquid dripped from the mouth of the bottle. As soon as the green liquid landed on the ground, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seemed to have been absorbed. Crack, crack, crack. Yi Qin stared at the soil under his feet while holding his breath. The soil shook a few times as if there were worms wriggling inside. A soft sound was heard. Something that looked like a tentacle slowly grew out of the soil. Chapter 688. It extended upwards, and the tentacles grew longer and longer. In the end, they grew to more than 3 feet tall. Countless tentacles extended again, and these tentacles turned into branches and leaves one after another. In less than a few breaths, it had turned into a small tree. The tree trunk was not as thick as the mouth of a bowl, but it was lush with leaves. Suddenly, a green flower bloomed from the tree. The flower grew larger and larger until it was the size of a fist. It was accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. It was here again. Yi Qin could not be more familiar with this scene. He did not hesitate and sat down with his legs crossed immediately. He circulated the Emperor scripture and absorbed the fragrance crazily. The spiritual energy in his body began to circulate rapidly. His cultivation base rose rapidly. Peak early stage foundation building, mid-stage foundation building, peak mid-stage foundation building. Only then did the skyrocketing trend stop. Yi Qin opened his eyes slowly. As expected, the fragrance is gone again. This scene was exactly the same as the last time. Even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He raised his eyes and looked at the small plant. The green flower from before had already withered and was replaced by something that looked like a fruit. It was green and not round, nor was it oval. Instead, it was strip-shaped a little like a rolling pin. The new fruit was exactly the same as the fruit on the other tree, except that one was black and the other was green. Yi Chen took a closer look. He picked up the immortal drift bottle again and dripped green liquid on the two fruits, hoping to see if there would be any changes this time. However, to his disappointment, even after the green liquid in the immortal drift bottle was completely dripped, the two fruits did not change at all other than their color becoming darker. In the room, Qian, who was already asleep, was emitting two cyclones from between her brows. One was black and the other was green. The two cyclones seemed to want to fuse with Qian's body, but there seemed to be a door preventing them from entering. Yi Chen had no idea what was happening to Qian because all his attention was on the two fruits before him. Should I pluck one of them and cut it open? Yi Chen was curious. Subsequently, he extended his hand toward the green fruit. Just when he was about to pluck it, he suddenly looked outside the villa as if he had sensed something. Who is it? His expression was gloomy. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared. Outside the villa, a white silhouette was rushing towards the villa, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. If one looked closely, they would notice that it was a white-robed young man. The young man was covered in blood and had a sickly expression. He had a head full of white hair. Behind him, there were two terrifying auras. Shi Qianhan, where are you going? Hand over the netherworld token, and I'll spare your life. Two extremely cold and sinister voices rang out. Bang! Just as the white-haired youth was about to rush into the Nine Dragons Bay, a loud noise suddenly rang out. It was as if he had hit an invisible wall. The huge rebound force sent him flying. At the same time, two old figures chased after him in the darkness. One of them stopped when he was less than 5 steps away from the white-clothed youth. He sneered. Shi Qianhan, you were seriously injured by our Shao clan's young master, yet you were still able to escape for 1,000 miles. I have to say, your life is really tough. Seriously injured by your young master? The white-haired youth smirked coldly. If your Shao clan hadn't poisoned me, would a sinister person like Shao Yuanjing have been able to injure me? No matter what, you're definitely going to die today. An old man smiled sinisterly and then slapped him with his palm. When you die, the third netherworld token will belong to the Shao family. The white-haired youth subconsciously wanted to get up, but he realized that he could not muster any strength. His injuries had already worsened. His pale face couldn't help but flush red. Qianhan is here to meet you. However, just as the Shao clan elder's palm was about to land on the white-clothed youth, a calm voice rang out. Isn't it a little inappropriate to kill someone in front of my house? This sudden voice caused the two old men to be startled. Immediately, they looked around as if they were facing a great enemy. Who is it? In the next moment, a skinny young man slowly walked out from the entrance of Nine Dragons Bay with his hands behind his back. An old man said coldly, Brat, who are you? Yi Chen was expressionless, as if he did not see what was happening before him. Didn't you guys ask around before fighting in front of my house? So it's just an ordinary person. The old man sensed the aura on his body and sneered. Even an ordinary person dares to spoil our plans. You're courting death. Die! He shouted and waved his hand. A terrifying true energy condensed in his palm. Suddenly, the palm print slapped at Yi Chen's head like a flood. To him, his palm could kill Yi Chen with a single slap. Yi Chen still had his hands behind his back when he faced the palm that covered the sky. He allowed the palm to land as if he did not see it. Just as the palm print was about to land on him, he moved. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and a shocking aura erupted from his body. A golden fist force was like a faint, golden bolt of lightning as it ruthlessly blasted at the palm print. Bang! The ferocious smile on the old man's face suddenly froze, and his eyes were replaced by deep fear. As he spat a mouthful of blood, the old man was sent flying on the spot. The other old man was startled. "Who exactly are you?" "Someone from the Shao family." A cold smirk slowly appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. "Didn't you guys ask about me after I killed Xiaoyang? Instead, you guys came to me for me to kill?" The man was stunned at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something. He gasped and exclaimed, "Why, you're mad Southern Yi?" He turned around and ran without saying a word after saying that. He did not show any signs of fighting Yi Chen at all. He did not even care about the old man who was sent flying by Yi Chen's punch earlier. "Since you're here, leave your life behind." Yi Chen took a step forward and slapped at the same time. It was like a cattail leaf fan that streaked across the space and landed on the man on the spot. Rumble! With a loud bang, the other party's body exploded. The old man who was sent flying by Yi Chen's punch earlier shuddered when he saw that and said, "Mad Southern Yi, why you dare to kill me?" Aye, he was not done yet. An energy pierced through the air and pierced through his skull. Yi Chen turned around to look at the white-haired young man behind him. His cold expression gradually softened. "Shi Qianhan, you've finally come to fulfill the 1-month promise with me." Thank you." Shi Qianhan looked at him weakly and tried his best to open his mouth. After spitting a mouthful of black blood, he fainted on the spot. P.S. Chapter 4. I'm busy during the holidays. I'm afraid I won't be able to finish the last chapter. I'll owe it to you for now. Thank you for your support. Chapter 689. Late at night, Yi family villa. Shi Qianhan slowly woke up from his coma. Before he could regain consciousness, a faint voice sounded in his ears, "You're awake." Only then did he see that he was lying on the bed. A skinny young man was sitting at the entrance. He held a bottle of Mao Tai in his hand and a glass in his hand. He seemed to be drinking alone. "I didn't die?" Sure, Qianhan's expression was complicated. He seemed to be regretful and disappointed. "With me here, it's difficult even if you want to die." Yi Chen drank a glass of wine and waved it through the air. The bottle of Mao Tai in front of him and the glass shot at Shi Qianhan. "Drink." "All right." Shi Qianhan poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. A trace of gentleness appeared on his cold and weathered face. "Brother Yi, thank you for saving my life." He had long felt that most of the injuries in his body had recovered. Even the poison that the Shao family had given him had been completely removed. At the same time, it gave him a deeper understanding of Yi Chen's technique. One must know that only the Shao clan had the antidote for the poison that the Shao clan used. Yi Chen nodded lightly and said, "When we parted ways that day, a month was almost up. I thought I was dead. I didn't expect to be here as promised." Previously, Yi Chen went to Korea alone to look for Qianqian. In the end, he met Shi Qianhan on the sea. Shi Qianhan was chased by the Shao family and learned from them that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had been destroyed. In order to save his junior sister, he killed his way into Shang, Santian, resolutely. Before he left, he set a 1-month deadline with Yi Chen. He asked Yi Chen to take care of Qianqian on his behalf and promised to return a month later. Dead. Shi Qianhan's eyes flashed with sadness. "You is dead, master and junior brother are dead, and junior sister is in prison. Death is an extremely extravagant thing for me." Yi Chen frowned. "You still haven't rescued junior sister?" "No." Shi Qianhan drank another cup of wine. Perhaps because he drank too much, he coughed repeatedly. It's Qianhan's incompetence. Qianhan killed his way into the Shao clan, causing the Shao clan's martial emperor to break out of seclusion. With just a palm strike, he severely injured Qianhan. After that, he was poisoned and could only flee 1,000 miles away. Martial monarch? Yi Chen's expression froze when he heard that. Li Xuanji was right. There really were emperor stage powerhouses in Shang Santian. He knew Shi Qianhan's strength. He had been severely injured by a martial monarch. If he met a martial monarch, the outcome was still unknown. After all, his current comprehensive combat strength was at most a peak martial venerable. Yi Qin said, "What do you plan to do now?" "Qianhan wants to board the ghost ship." Shi Qianhan raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes filled with determination. "Qianhan's strength is limited, so I can only watch helplessly as Junior's sister is imprisoned for the time being. I only want to step onto the ghost ship to see you, one last time. After my Dao heart is perfected, I will definitely become an emperor. At that time, I will kill my way into Shang Santian and destroy the Shao clan." After saying that, he drank another cup of wine with a slightly dazed expression. "This wine is good, but it's a pity that it can't compare to you, Hundred Flowers wine. It's fine even if I don't drink it." The bottle and the glass returned to Yi Qin. Yi Chen poured himself a glass and lifted his eyes to look at him. "How's the information that I asked you to find out before you left that day?" Right now, he was most concerned about Wu Shuang's whereabouts. Life or death? "Yi Wu Shuang?" Shi Qianhan's eyes focused. He took a good look at Yi Chen and said, "Brother Yi, may I ask what's his relationship with you?" Yi Chen said, "He's my brother." No wonder they're both surnamed Yi. Shi Qianhan's pupils constricted slightly, and then he said, "There are 10 ancient clans, 3 sects, and 4 groups in Shang Santian. Meanwhile, the sword sect's 9th peak, Humble Peak, has produced a sword Dao genius in the past 2 months. He's only 18 years old, but he has already attained the sword heart." Yi Chen was overjoyed. It was Wu Shuang. He was indeed alive. No one could understand what he was feeling right now. However, what puzzled him was that Wu Shuang was taken away by an old beggar who claimed to be from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. How did he appear in the sword sect? After he asked this question, Lin Fan's eyes widened. "You're saying that the person who took Yi Wu Shuang away was an old beggar on a donkey?" Shi Qianhan's expression changed slightly, and then he said, "That's my grandmaster, and he's also the previous pavilion master of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. However, my grandmaster has always liked to play around in the world, and he's always appeared unkempt. Therefore, even I've only seen him once. However, I've been banished from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion a long time ago, so I don't know that Grandmaster has brought Yi Wu Shuang back to the 10,000 Swords Pavilion." At this point, he revealed a pained expression. "Grandmaster is righteous. When the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was facing a calamity, the Shao clan's martial emperor took action. Grandmaster, a pseudo-emperor, risked his life to protect the last shred of dignity of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion." Pseudo-emperor. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect the old beggar who took Wu Shuang away to be a pseudo-emperor. As for how Yi Wu Shuang survived the Shao clan and entered the sword sect, I don't know. Shi Qianhan took a deep breath in and said, "The sword sect has a total of 9 peaks. The first peak is the strongest, and the 9th peak, Humble Peak, has long since declined. However, in the past 2 months, Yi Wu Shuang has appeared in the Humble Peak. It was this genius disciple who defeated the genius disciples of the 7 peaks consecutively. Only Su Qilin from the first peak, the Heavenly Sword Peak, can contend against him." Wait, a thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind when he heard the name Su Qilin. He interrupted immediately. "Did you just say that the person from the first peak of the Sword Peak is called Su Qilin?" If he didn't remember wrongly, when he went to Yang City to bring Su Yuhan back, although he had completely destroyed the Su family, there was still one person whose whereabouts he had yet to find. That was the young master of the Su family, Su Qilin. This person was Su Yuhan's cousin and also Su Tao's biological brother. He had been taken away by a wandering Taoist since he was young and had never returned to the Su family. "That's right, it's Su Qilin." Shi Qianhan seemed to be afraid as he said, "This person's talent is extraordinary. He was taken in as the direct disciple of the sword sect master when he was young. He cultivated the sword at the age of 10, comprehended the first sword intent at the age of 12, and comprehended the third sword intent at the age of 15. He suppressed the 7 peaks and firmly sat at the top of the sword sect's younger generation until now. Yi Chen secretly frowned when he heard that. Based on Shi Qianhan's information alone, he could not be sure if this Su Qilin was the Su family's Su Qilin. "Brother Yi," Shi Qianhan suddenly said. Although this brother has shone brilliantly in the sword sect, he's still a member of the humble peak. It's said that after the previous peak master passed away, the humble peak has been lonely for decades. It's impossible for him to be a match for the first peak. This brother's future is worrying. "Don't worry." Yi Chen's expression was slightly cold. A terrifying killing intent slowly emerged. "If the sword sect bullies my brother, I'll destroy the sword sect." Shi Qianhan smiled and stood up. "It's time for me to leave. It's not good for Brother Yi to stay any longer. I owe Brother Yi my life. After I fulfill my wish, Brother Yi can take my life at any time." With that, he turned around and left under the cover of the night. There was no hesitation at all. As for Qianqian, he did not mention it because he knew that instead of letting Qianqian follow him, he might as well let her continue to follow Yi Chen. Yi Chen watched him leave quietly and mumbled, "Wu Shuang, wait for me. You must wait for me. I'll come and look for you after I'm done with what I'm doing. This time I'll protect you." Chapter 690. The next morning, on 9 Dragons Lake outside the Yi family villa, a skinny young man stood on the surface of the lake with his hands behind his back. He looked at the waves on 9 Dragons Lake, and a thoughtful look flashed across his face. Although it was already winter and the temperature in Lin City had dropped to -10 degrees Celsius, most of the rivers had already frozen. However, 9 Dragons Bay was still a pool of flowing water. The willow trees around 9 Dragons Bay were lush and full of spiritual energy. Although the Great 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Formation has a certain level of defense, it won't be able to withstand a martial venerable's attack without me around. Yi Chen secretly shook his head. A vertical eye gradually appeared between his brows. As the vertical eye opened, for blood-red shadows landed before him. They were the 4 demon blood guards that he had refined during his trip to Japan. If I integrate these 4 demon blood guards into the formation and act as the formation spirit, I can make up for the flaws of the Great 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Formation. By then, all challengers will be attacked by the demon blood guards. Yi Chen rubbed his chin and thought. The strength of the 4 demon blood guards was comparable to a top-notch martial Dao master. Even if they faced ordinary martial venerables, they would not be outdone. With the help of the formation, they could even fight a top-notch martial venerable. Thinking to this point, a blood-colored token immediately appeared in his hand. At the same time, he sent a message to the 4 demon blood guards in front of him to hand over a trace of their souls. The 4 demon blood guards subconsciously showed signs of struggle. Although their intelligence had been erased, the most basic consciousness still existed, and they subconsciously wanted to resist. Humph. Yi Chen's expression turned grim, and he scoffed coldly. 2 bolts of golden lightning shot out of his eyes. Under the golden lightning, the 4 demon blood guards begged for mercy. Only then did they separate a trace of their souls. 8 directions refining soul condense. Yi Chen shouted and formed a seal with both hands. He fused the power of the 4 souls into the blood-colored token in his hand. It was the token to control the 4 demon blood guards. He could hand it over to Su Yuhan. He stood in the center of 9 Dragons Lake and performed a hand seal again. He stomped his foot, and the entire 9 Dragons Lake shook violently. At the next moment, a formation flag appeared at the bottom of each of the 4 corners of 9 Dragons Lake. The 4 formation flags floated in the air, faintly emitting dense spiritual energy. I will be conferred the South Formation Spirit, wielding the virtue of fire and carrying the power of the vermilion bird. Yi Chun pointed at one of the demon blood guards and shouted, "Southern Formation Spirit, what are you waiting for?" The demon blood guard turned into a red streak of light and shot into one of the flags, turning into a vermilion bird mark. I confer the title of the Northern Formation Spirit, wielding the water virtue and carrying the power of the black tortoise. Another blood demon guard shot into a formation flag. I will be conferred the title of Eastern Formation Spirit, with the power of the azure dragon in my hands. I shall be conferred the title of the Western Formation Spirit, wielding the power of the white tiger. In the end, the 4 demon blood guards shot into the 4 flags and turned into the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the azure dragon, and the white tiger. Dual extremities of heaven and earth. Ghost and God borrowing technique. A spirit brush landed in Yi Chen's hand. He waved the brush and wrote on the 4 formation flags. The evil of the heavens, the ability to transform the earth, the illusory realm. The sword rises and walks in the underworld. The vermilion brush touches the altar. The yin and yang are born. The 4 divisions move. The ghosts, gods, and yakshas are used by me. Transform. At the next moment, the 4 formation flags shone with a bright red light, for ghost-like roars could be vaguely heard. Boom! The 4 formation flags landed in the 4 directions of Julong Lake with a strong pressure. With a flash of light, they turned into 4 stone statues. They were the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the azure dragon, and the white tiger. From today onwards, you will be the formation spirits of the great 9 heavens, dragon, transformation formation. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His aura was unparalleled, absorbing spiritual energy in the day and spitting out moonlight at night. As long as you protect the house wholeheartedly, you might be able to obtain the great Tao in the future. He heaved a sigh of relief. The great 9 heavens dragon transformation formation is considered perfect now. Even if I'm not here, those below the Emperor stage won't be able to enter the Yi residence. If they enter without permission, they will definitely die. He returned to the villa after he was done with all of this. Little monkey, don't run. If you keep running, I'll be bitten by Xiaohei. As soon as Yi Chen entered, he saw Meng Meng chasing after the monkey nonstop. She was holding a handful of dog food in her hand. Eat the dog food. Cutie used to eat it too. He became so powerful later on. There was a small snake as thick as a chopstick circling around her shoulder. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey landed on Yi Chen's shoulder with a whoosh. It bared its teeth at Meng Meng and jumped up and down as if it was saying, "I don't eat dog food. Daddy, catch the little monkey for me." The little girl ran over happily. The fur on the monkey's body stood on end as it squeaked nonstop. It was not afraid of the little girl, but it was afraid of Xiaohei on her. Yi Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "My dear daughter, monkeys don't eat dog food. Go get a banana from the fridge and try it." Banana? The little girl immediately ran into the kitchen and soon brought a large plate of bananas. When the monkey saw it, it ran over without saying anything. It grabbed one and immediately returned to Yi Chen's shoulder. The little girl giggled and looked at it with her eyes wide open. "Daddy, does the little monkey have a name?" "No." The little girl's eyes lit up immediately. "Then can I give it a name? Let's call it Cutie." Upon hearing that, the monkey felt its throat tighten. The banana that it had just swallowed was stuck in its throat, causing it to jump up and down anxiously. Yi Chen patted it lightly to get the stuck banana to fall off completely. Even so, the monkey still pointed at Meng Meng and bared its teeth as if it was resisting the name Cutie. The little girl said dejectedly, "The little monkey doesn't seem to like this name." Yi Chen said in a deep voice, "Why don't we call it Ghost Baby?" The monkey was originally the god of the Hitamoto clan in Japan. It was also a weeping soul beast that specialized in eating spirits. After being injured by Yi Chen, its body mutated. It was only the size of a palm now, no different from a newborn monkey. It was perfect to call it Ghost Baby. The little girl clapped her hands happily. Ghost Baby? That sounds good. Just as they were talking, Yang Tian and Lin Tai walked in quickly and whispered into his ear, "Oldie, there's a woman with the surname Luo looking for you outside." A woman with the surname Luo? Yi Chen was stunned at first. Then he came to a realization. He said to Meng Meng, "My dear daughter, play with Ghost Baby here for a while. Daddy will go out for a while." After saying that, he stood up and walked out. On the shore of Nine Dragons Bay, Luo Shuiyao and Tang Jianfeng looked at the formation fluctuations in front of them in shock. Tang Jianfeng's face was slightly pale, and he looked rather miserable. He wanted to fly over Nine Dragons Lake earlier, but he was attacked by the formation. If he had not retreated in time, he would have been severely injured, even if he did not die. What a powerful formation! A trace of shock flashed through Luo Shuiyao's beautiful eyes. This formation seems to have covered the entire Nine Dragons Lake. I didn't expect Yi Chen to know Formation Dao. Chapter 691. This formation is very powerful, Tang Jianfeng said with lingering fear. Ordinary martial venerables would definitely be killed if they entered. I didn't go too deep earlier, and I retreated in time. Right at this moment, a faint voice came from the other side of the lake. "You too can come in now." Luo Shuiyao hesitated for a moment when she heard this voice. In the end, she took a step forward and flew toward the lake. Tang Jianfeng followed closely behind. This time, neither of them was attacked by the formation. As soon as the two of them landed next to Yi Chen, Luo Shuiyao said angrily, "Yi Chen, that's amazing. You actually set up such a terrifying formation." Yi Chen said with a faint smile, "Why are you looking for me?" Luo Shuiyao looked around a few times before fixing her gaze on him. "I'm asking, do you have a netherworld token in your hand?" Even Tang Jianfeng looked at him subconsciously. Yi Chen frowned and said, "That's right. How did you know?" Apart from him, only the Tang family knew about the netherworld token. The Shao family spread the news. Tang Jianfeng said in a deep voice, "They said that they also have a netherworld token, and it's a netherworld token with the word Z. We thought that the Shao family spread the news on purpose to take revenge for killing Xiaoyang. I didn't expect it to be true." Yi Chen's eyes flickered. The Shao family? How did they know that I have the netherworld token? Moreover, what's their purpose for doing this? Don't you know about the ghost ship? Luo Shuiyao looked at him in surprise and said, "After the ghost ship appeared, if you want to board it, you must have the netherworld token in your hand. Only then can you accept the ghost ship's guidance. If you don't have the netherworld token and forcefully board the ship, you will be cursed by the ghost ship." At this point, she paused for a moment and said, "There are a total of 8 netherworld tokens, and each of them has a word written on it. The 8 of them add up to the words netherworld is orderly, and the yellow springs can be crossed. Now, my Luo clan and the Tang clan have one, the Shao clan has one, and Shi Qianhan has one. The other 7 ancient clans can only split 4 equally, so it's naturally not enough. Therefore, the Shao family wants to divert the trouble to the ancient families who don't have the netherworld token to target them and then attack them." Yi Chen could not help but scoff when he heard that. "So what? I've killed members of the Shao clan by clan, Huang clan, Duan clan, and Lin clan. I've already offended them long ago, so why should I care about 2 more enemies? It's not as simple as you think." Luo Shuiyao shook her head and said, "You're not from Shang Santian, so you don't understand the situation in Shang Santian. Shang Santian is divided into 10 ancient clans, 3 sects, and 4 groups. The 10 ancient clans all have their own interests and alliances." She frowned slightly. For example, the Shao clan by clan, Huang clan, Duan clan, and Lin clan, the 5 great ancient clans, are in an alliance of interests. On the other hand, the Luo clan, Tang clan, Xiang clan, Lu clan, and Tong clan are in another alliance of interests. Even if they offended the Bai clan, At least they did not offend the 5 great ancient clans led by the Luo clan. Yi Chen gradually understood what she meant when he heard that. So, the Xiao family wants the other 2 ancient families apart from the Luo family, the Lu family, and the Tang family to fight me together. That's right. Luo, Shueyao nodded slightly. That's why I'm here this time to ask you what you plan to do with the Netherworld token in your hand. Are you going to throw it away and choose to retreat, or are you going to hold it in your hand and board the ghost ship with us? Yi Chen stopped hiding his true purpose after pondering for a while. I'd like to try this so-called ghost ship too. The Earth Immortal Fruit was a treasure used to refine the chaotic repair pill. He was determined to get it. After all, his parents were almost 60 years old. Although they had taken many medicinal pills from him and their physiques were different from ordinary people, they could only live to 100 years old at most. The ghost ship only appeared once every 20 years. If he missed this opportunity, his parents would be 80 years old by the time it appeared again. They would only embark on the path of cultivation at the age of 80. They would be old and their memories would decline. It was almost impossible. Seeing that he really wanted to board the ghost ship, Luo Shueyao glanced at Tang Jianfeng and revealed an expression as if she had expected it. Luo Shueyao said slowly, "If you want to board the ghost ship, you need to gather 8 Netherworld tokens. Most of the people from Shang Santian have arrived. We're preparing to negotiate with the ghost ship. Do you want to participate?" She was afraid that Yi Chen would think too much at the end of her sentence, so she added, "Don't worry. The purpose of this negotiation is only the ghost ship. The Xiao clan and the other ancient clans won't do anything. We won't sit back and do nothing." Yi Chen asked when. Tang Jianfeng said, "Tomorrow afternoon at the same place, Yang City International Hotel?" Yi Chen squinted and said, "All right, I'll definitely go tomorrow." After Yi Chen returned to the villa, he told Lin Tai and Yang Tian about his decision to board the ghost ship. Both of them were shocked. Clearly, they were shocked. Yang Tian objected without even thinking. "Old Yi, I don't agree. The ghost ship is too dangerous. After so many years, I wonder how many powerhouses have stayed on it forever." "That's right, my lord. What if something happens on the ghost ship? What about the Yi family? What about the madam and the rest?" Lin Tai said worriedly, "Don't forget that even if Shang Santian decides to join forces with us on the ghost ship for the sake of the Netherworld token, who knows if they'll join forces against us once we board the ghost ship." "Don't worry." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said, "I'll arrange everything before I leave. I'll make sure nothing goes wrong. As for Shang Santian, who below the Emperor stage can hurt me." Seeing that the two of them were about to say something, Yi Chen said seriously, "There's no need to persuade me anymore. I've already decided. Contact the Spiritual Medicine Mountain and Miaojiang. Try to send me more medicinal herbs. I'm going to refine pills in the next few days." Yang Tian and Lin Tai could only do as they were told. That night, Miaojiang and the Spiritual Medicine Mountain sent many medicinal herbs. Although some of the rare medicinal herbs were not mature enough, it was nothing to Yi Chen, who had the immortal drift bottle. While the night was bright, he used the immortal drift bottle to ripen many medicinal herbs to 300 years old. Subsequently, he refined many medicinal pills overnight. However, most of them were for Su Yuhan, Yang Tian, and the rest to increase their cultivation bases. Around 10 a.m. the next day, Yi Chen arrived at Yang City successfully. Luo Shueyao and Tang Jianfeng, who had been waiting for a long time, called him into a Lamborghini Venom. Tang Jianfeng was in charge of driving. Yi Chen realized that the car was not heading towards Yang City. He frowned and asked, "Are we going somewhere else?" "Introduce a few people to me before we go to the hotel." Luo Shueyao said with a smile, "They are all from the ancient families led by my Luo family. For example, the Tong family, the Xiang family, and the Lu family that Lu Qing is from." Chapter 692. Tang Jianfeng's car drove very fast. Half an hour later, they arrived outside a villa in Yang City's 3rd Ring Road. Yi Chen saw a person standing at the entrance of the villa hundreds of meters away. It was a young man in a purple robe, and his aura was surging. If anyone was present, they would realize that he was Yang Junlin, who was ranked number 1 on the heaven leaderboard in China. He was known as the god of war of China. Before Yi Chen debuted, Yang Junlin had suppressed the heaven leaderboard for 10 years. After Yi Chen debuted and became famous, he advanced to number 1 on the heaven leaderboard. Yang Junlin was pushed to number 2 on the heaven leaderboard. Since Yi Chen advanced to the world leaderboard, Yang Junlin naturally advanced to number 2. Yi Chen was a little surprised. Why is it him? As soon as the car stopped, Yang Junlin walked over and said with a smile, Junlin welcomes Ms. Luo, young Master Tang, and Mr. Yi to the Yang residence. Seemingly sensing Yi Chen's confusion, Luo Shueyao explained while smiling, Yi Chen, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Yang Junlin is from the Tong family of Shangsantian. The Tong family is going to let him return to the Tong family this time. Therefore, the Tong family and the Xiang family are temporarily staying at the Yang residence. Yi Chen came to a realization after hearing that and smiled at Yang Junlin. Sister and the rest are already waiting inside. This way, please. Yang Junlin gestured for them to enter. Subsequently, he led Yi Chen and the other 2 into the Yang residence villa. The Yang residence was not big, but the villa was well equipped. There were pavilions and a training ground with many weapons. It was obvious that Yang Junlin was a rather traditional person. The Yang residence's living room was filled with about 10 people at the moment. They were all young men and women, and most of them were dressed in vintage clothes. As Yi Chen and the rest entered, the beautiful eyes of a lady in a purple dress lit up. The beautiful eyes of a woman in a purple dress sitting at the head of the table immediately lit up, and she rebuked, Yao, if you didn't come, we were going to look for you. The lady's appearance was stunning, and she had a gentle temperament. Her peach blossom eyes were faintly lively, and her voice was as clear as a zither. Sister Shui, I'm here now. Luo Shueyao immediately went up to her with a smile. She hugged the lady's arm intimately and stuck out her tongue playfully. Yi Chen sized up the people in the living room without batting an eyelid. He realized that there were 2 handsome young men sitting next to the lady. Behind one of them was Lu Qing, whom he had seen before. After noticing his gaze, Lu Qing smiled at him. Meanwhile, the young man before him lifted his head to look at Yi Chen. There was a hint of caution in his eyes. Yao, who's this? What he said caught everyone's attention. At that moment, everyone in the living room had their eyes on Yi Chen. Luo Shueyao finally reacted and introduced him formally. Brother Xiangnan, he's Yi Chen, the China number 1, Mad Southern Yi. As her voice fell, the living room fell into a strange atmosphere. Cold, deathly still, oppressive, intimidating. If everyone looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a stranger earlier, they were much colder now. There was even a hint of hostility. On the other hand, the eyes of the woman from before flashed with a hint of splendor. The oppressive atmosphere made Yang Junlin, the host, feel like he was facing a great enemy. On the other hand, Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at everyone in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. A few seconds later, a commotion broke out in the living room. So, he's Mad Southern Yi? The guy who killed Xiaoyang and the rest? He doesn't look outstanding just from his appearance. A mere person from the secular world dares to call himself the China number 1? Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Luo Shueyao's pretty face changed slightly. She stood before Yi Chen by instinct and introduced them one by one. Yi Chen, let me introduce you. This is Tong Shuhui from the Tong family of Shangsantian. This is Xiang Nan from the Xiang family. That's Lu Yinfeng from the Lu family. And that's... Yi Chen had a rough understanding of the people present. Among them, Tong Shuhui, Xiang Nan, and Lu Yinfeng were very powerful. They were even more powerful than Xiaoyang and the rest whom he had killed earlier. They were at least high-level martial venerables. This also made him feel a little fearful of Shang Santian's foundation, as expected of the 1,000-year-old holy land of martial arts inheritance. Yao Yao, come out with me. At that moment, Tang Shuhui suddenly said and led Luo Shuiyao out of the living room. They only stopped when they arrived at the garden. Tell me, why did you bring this person to see us? Tang Shuhui, who had always been gentle, had a stern expression on her face at that moment. Don't you know that mad Southern Yi ignored Shang Santian and even killed people from the Shao family and a few other ancient families? Moreover, he seems to have the Netherworld token on him. Sister Shuhui, it's not just a suspicion. Yi Chen really has a Netherworld token on him. Moreover, it's the one with the word on it, Luo Shuiyao said truthfully. Tang Shuhui was shocked when she heard that. What? Then why did you bring him here? Don't forget that the Xiang, Lu, Lin, and Huang families don't have the Netherworld token. Are you trying to kill him? Even though their conversation was at least 300 meters away from the living room, Yi Chen still heard everything they said. It was not that he was eavesdropping on them on purpose, but the moment he walked into the Yang family's villa, he had spread out his divine consciousness. Therefore, Tang Shuhui and Xiang Nan's conversation naturally could not escape his senses. While the two women were talking outside, a young man behind Xiang Nan glanced at them indifferently. Were you the one who killed Xiaoyang and the rest? Yi Chen said calmly, So what if I was? So what if I wasn't? The man smirked coldly. Your aura is too weak. I'm suspecting that you used some shameful method to kill Xiaoyang and the rest. Yi Chen said you can give it a try. You, the young man was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Tang Jianfeng interrupted him. Enough, Xiang Heng. If you really want to spar with someone, you can try me. Xiang Heng's expression turned grim as he snorted coldly. Jianfeng, don't forget that you're also from Shang Santian. How dare you speak up for an outsider? Even Xiang Nan and Lu Yunfeng, who had been silent all this while, frowned secretly. They were faintly unhappy with Tang Jianfeng. Xiang Heng, Jianfeng is saving you. Lu Qing, who was at the side, said, I was there that day as well. I saw with my own eyes that he killed Xiaoyang and the others by himself. If you really make a move against Brother Yi, don't blame me for not warning you when you get killed. Xiang Heng's expression changed when he heard that. In the end, he did not dare to boast. Even Xiang Nan and Lu Yunfeng secretly exchanged glances. They knew Lu Qing's personality. He never liked to add fuel to the fire and did not exaggerate at all, since he had proven the truth of what happened that day for Yi Chen. It seemed like Yi Chen was not much different from the rumors. Lu Yunfeng took a good look at Yi Chen again as he thought to this point and said, I heard that you have a Netherworld token. Chapter 693. The living room fell into dead silence once again. After all, the 10 ancient clans of Shang Santian had entered the world for the ghost ship. The Netherworld token was a necessary item to board the ghost ship. So how could they not be concerned? He met everyone's gaze. Yi Chen smiled lightly. I do have one. As soon as he said that, a commotion broke out in the living room. Even Xiang Nan and Lu Yunfeng were no exception. Their pupils constricted slightly. They were shocked that Yi Chen really had the Netherworld token, but they were also shocked that Yi Chen dared to admit it. Interesting. Xiang Nan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly chuckled softly. He looked at Yi Chen with a burning gaze. I don't know if he's ignorant or fearless. He actually dares to admit that he has the Netherworld token in front of us. Perhaps he thinks that he can protect it with his strength? The 10 ancient clans were determined to board the ghost ship. Meanwhile, there were only 8 Netherworld tokens. Now, one was in Yi Chen's hands, while the other was in the hands of Shi Qianhan. In other words, there were only 6 Netherworld tokens that the 10 ancient clans could compete for. This definitely meant that the 4 ancient clans were not fated to get the 6 Netherworld tokens. The consequence of this was that the four ancient clans would place their attention on Yi Qin and Shi Qianhan. Meanwhile, Shi Qianhan was extraordinarily powerful, and his whereabouts were unknown. Even the Shao clan could not capture him with all their might. Then Yi Qin, as the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. If you're not strong enough, having the Netherworld token will only bring you death. Xiang Hung sneered again. As long as you hand the Netherworld token to our Xiang clan, we can let you join our clan. At the same time, you'll be safe. At the end of his sentence, he added in a threatening manner, "Don't forget, even if we don't attack after killing Xiaoyang and the rest, the ancient clans like the Shao clan and the Bai clan won't let them off." As soon as he finished speaking, even Lu Qin could not help but say, "That's right, brother. Why don't you hand the Netherworld token to our Lu clan? That way, even if the Shao clan wants to touch you, they'll have to give in to our Lu clan." From the beginning to the end, Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng did not say a word, as if they did not hear anything. However, the corners of their lips curled into a smile at the same time. To them, the conditions offered by the Lu family and the Xiang family were high enough. As long as Yi Chun was smart, he would not reject them, nor would he dare to reject them. However, Yi Chun smiled lightly. "When have I ever needed anyone to protect me? I only believe in the sword in my hand." This sentence was a complete rejection to them. Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng frowned when they heard that. They were slightly unhappy. They felt that Yi Qin did not know how to appreciate favors. Meanwhile, Tang Jianfeng was worried for Yi Qin. "Brother Yi, Brother Yi, although I know your strength is not weak, you have to know who is sitting in front of you right now." Among them, Xiang Nan was the number one person in the younger generation of the Xiang clan, and Lu Yinfeng was the number one person in the younger generation of the Lu clan. The strength of these two people was not something that Xiaoyang and the rest could compare to. Anger flashed through Xiang Heng's eyes. Just when he was about to flare up, a cold voice came from the door. "Yi Chen's Netherworld token belongs to him. Are you guys going to fight for it?" The next moment, Luo Shuiyao and Tong Shuhui walked in quickly. Luo Shuiyao glared at Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng angrily. "Brother Xiang Nan, Brother Yinfeng, Yi Chun is my friend. How can you bully him like this?" Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng looked at each other and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Yao, when did I bully your friend? We were just doing it out of kindness." "That's good." Luo Shuiyao harumphed coldly and glared at Xiang Hung fiercely. "Also, Xiang Hung, are you itching for a beating again? Be careful that I don't tell my brother that you're bullying me." No. Xiang Heng's expression changed, and he hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. He thought of that monster from the Luo family. He was not the only one who had a headache. Even the extremely confident Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng were no exception. "All right, the meeting will start in half an hour." Tong Shui interrupted everyone and fixed her gaze on Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng. "Yaya told me earlier that this Mr. Yi also has a Netherworld token and wants to board the ghost ship. Since he's Yayao's friend, we can't target the Netherworld token in his hand for the time being. Moreover, there's only one, and it's not enough for the two of us. Then what do you think we should do?" Lu Yinfeng frowned slightly. Tong Shuhui said, "I received a call from the Shao family earlier. They said that each family can send a disciple to challenge each other during today's exchange. The bet is the Netherworld token, and the winner will take the other party's Netherworld token. Would they be that kind?" Tang Jianfeng smirked coldly. "The 5 ancient families have 4 in total, while our 5 ancient families only have 1. I think they're purely interested in the 2 Netherworld tokens in our hands." Lu Qin nodded and said that's right. "If I remember correctly, the Duan family still doesn't have a Netherworld token, right? They're obviously trying to snatch the Netherworld token from Yao so that our 5 ancient families won't be able to board the ghost ship." At the end of his sentence, he added, "Now that all the powerhouses of the younger generation of the 5 ancient families have arrived, Brother Luo and Brother Tang haven't arrived yet. If we agree, we'll be at a disadvantage. What do you think? Tang Shuhui looked at Xiangnan and Lu Yunfeng. Xiangnan and Lu Yunfeng looked at each other. Xiangnan stretched his neck and said lazily, "What else can we do? Of course we'll fight. We were just worried about not having a netherworld token. Since they're willing to give us a chance, that's great." Lu Yunfeng looked at Luo Shuiyao. "The only problem is that the netherworld token on our side belongs to Yao Yao. I wonder if she's willing?" "Of course, why not?" Luo Shuiyao said without even thinking. "We can't catch the wolf without risking the child. Besides, if the four of you don't have the netherworld token, only our Luo family will be able to board the ghost ship after it appears. We won't be their match at all. By the way, you don't have to worry too much." Tang Shuhui seemed to have thought of something and said, "Xiao Yuanjing by Xiao Yu and the rest won't fight this time. On our side, Xiangnan, Yunfeng, and I won't be able to fight. In other words, Lu Qing, Xiangheng, and the rest will fight? Looks like they're quite confident." The smile on Xiangnan's face grew brighter. "That's right." Tang Shui smiled as well. She turned her head and said to Yi Qin, "Are you sure you want to join this exchange with us?" "Of course." Yi Qin nodded lightly. Tang Shui frowned and said, "Let me remind you that if you go this time, although the 5 ancient families won't attack you directly, they'll definitely send someone to challenge you. Once you lose, the netherworld token in your hand will belong to them." Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. "In other words, I can challenge them and snatch the netherworld token from them, right?" Chapter 694. Tang Shuhui secretly shook her head when she heard that. Xiangnan and Lu Yunfeng frowned without a trace. Even Luo Shuiyao and the rest did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiangheng could not help but sneer. "Yi, I advise you not to be so confident. It's better to know your limits." "All right, let's go." Tang Shuhui looked at the time and let everyone out of the villa. Yang Junlin had already arranged for a few supercars to be parked at the door. Yi Qin, Luo Shuiyao, and Tang Jianfeng got into the Lamborghini Venom from before. Tang Jianfeng drove at the front and led the way. In a Rolls-Royce Phantom behind the Lamborghini Venom, Lu Yunfeng took a deep look at the car in front of him and said in a deep voice, "What do you think of Mad Southern Yi?" Xiangnan said cleanly arrogant. "That's right, this kid is not just arrogant." Xiangheng nodded repeatedly, and there was a hint of anger on his face. "It's fine that he didn't show any respect when he saw us, but he actually rejected our offer." He sneered and said again, "For example, not only was he not worried that someone else would win his netherworld token, but he was even thinking about someone else's. Those who don't know would think that he's that monster, Luo Tianya." Even Tang Shuhui nodded and said, "He's indeed a little arrogant, but it's understandable. After all, before Shang Santian entered the world, he was the #1 person in the secular world of China. Furthermore, it's acceptable for him to have such a cultivation base at such a young age." Lu Yunfeng's eyes flickered. "Do we need to challenge him then?" Everyone could not help but reveal strange expressions when they heard that. Earlier, it was not appropriate for them to snatch the netherworld token from Yi Qin on account of Luo Shuiyao. However, there was no need for them to care about their relationship during the exchange. "Forget it." Tang Shuhui sighed softly and said, "After all, he's Yao Yao and Jianfeng's friend. Moreover, in my opinion, the Xiao family and the rest will definitely challenge Yi Qin, and Yi Qin won't be able to keep the netherworld token in his hand. We can fight for it after his netherworld token is taken away." Xiangheng laughed out loud. "Great! That way, Yao Yao will have nothing to say. After all, Yi is the one who's inferior. He can't blame anyone else." Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Sun City International Hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a long motorcade coming from far away. Compared to Yi Qin and the rest's car, the motorcade before them was more luxurious. All of them were Maybachs. Wherever the motorcade passed by, passers-by would stop to watch and exclaim. Tong Shui frowned. They're here too. As the car stopped, a cold-looking young man in a long robe slowly walked out of the Maybach that was in the lead. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and said, It's Director Du of the Du family. He's ranked 10th on the Martial Venerable leaderboard. Martial Venerable ranking? Yi Qin was slightly moved. As if sensing his confusion, Luo Shuiyao explained softly, The Martial Venerable leaderboard is a leaderboard for Martial Venerables in Shang Santian. It's similar to the Heaven leaderboard in China. However, the difference is that the people on the Martial Venerable leaderboard are not only Martial Venerables, but also the best among them. Yi Qin said, What's the ranking of Xiaoyang and the rest that I killed earlier? What rank? Before Luo Shuiyao could speak, Xiang Heng mocked. A piece of trash like Xiaoyang won't even be able to enter the top 50, let alone rank. As they were talking, a few more people walked out of the cars. Lin Fulong of the Lin family, ranked 9th on the Martial Venerable leaderboard. Duan Tianling of the Duan family, ranked 7th on the Martial Venerable leaderboard. When a young man in white walked out, the pupils of Tong Shuhui and the rest narrowed slightly. Bai Xiaoyu of the Bai family, ranked 3rd on the Martial Venerable leaderboard. It was a young man with an extremely handsome face. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His eyebrows were faintly discernible under his messy bangs. Yi Chen's eyes focused slightly. Through his divine consciousness, he realized that Bai Xiaoyu's aura was very powerful. It had already surpassed Xiang Nan, Lu Yinfeng, and the rest. His strength was at least at peak martial, venerable level. No wonder he was ranked 3rd on the Martial Venerable leaderboard. At the next moment, in the last Maybach, a young man in a black outfit stepped out of the car. The young man's expression was calm, and his deep eyes were like a deep and unfathomable pool. He was not as handsome as Bai Xiaoyu, Lin Fulong, Duzong, and the rest, who were filled with a shocking aura. However, with his appearance, everyone's breathing subconsciously stopped. Lu Yunfeng took a light breath in and enunciated word by word. The young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuanjing, ranked 2nd on the Martial Venerable leaderboard, the person who has the highest chance of becoming an emperor. Is he Xiao Yuanjing? Yi Qin looked at him coldly. The 2nd on the Martial Venerable leaderboard already has such an aura. I wonder how the 1st on the Martial Venerable leaderboard looks like. At that moment, Xiao Yuanjing had clearly noticed them. He walked over slowly with his hands behind his back, and his black stone-like eyes swept past everyone. Under his gaze, Xiang Nan and the rest felt like they had been seen through with a single glance. There were no secrets to speak of. Xiao Yuanjing's gaze paused on Yi Qin for a few seconds. Eventually, he looked at Luo Shuiyao. Big brother isn't here? Luo Shuiyao snorted coldly and said, Why would my big brother participate in such a small occasion? What a pity. I still want to challenge him. Xiao Yuanjing sighed regretfully when he heard that. He then walked into the hotel, and the people behind him followed one after another. When Bai Xiaoyu passed by Yi Qin, he suddenly stopped and looked at him coldly. Are you the mad southernie who killed 3 people from my Bai family? Luo Shuiyao stood before Yi Qin subconsciously and said while glaring at him, What are you trying to do, Bai? Don't worry. Bai Xiaoyu chuckled softly. I don't want to attack such a small fry because my opponent is Big Brother. With that, he turned around and left. After the group left, Lu Yinfeng said fearfully, Why do I feel like Bai Xiaoyu and Xiao Yuanjing seem to have become stronger again? Xiang Nan did not mind at all. Instead, he chuckled and said, These 2 fellows are really the same as before. They treat Big Brother Luo as their target and never take us seriously. On the Martial Venerable leaderboard, the monster of the Luo family, Luo Tianya, was ranked 1st. His talent was extraordinary, and he suppressed the 10 paragons of the ancient families by himself. On the other hand, Xiao Yuanjing and Bai Xiaoyu were ranked 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Naturally, they were unconvinced and repeatedly challenged Luo Tianya, but they all failed. As for Tang Shuhui, Lu Yinfeng, and Xiang Nan, they were ranked 8th, 5th, and 6th respectively on the martial venerable leaderboard. However, they were nothing compared to these two. Apart from Luo Tianya, the only one who could threaten the two of them was probably the monster of the Tang family, Tang Yiming, who was ranked 4th on the martial venerable leaderboard. We're not as strong as them. What can we do? Let's go. Tang Shuhui shook her head slightly and let everyone in. Chapter 695. Among Xiao Yuanjing's group. Bai Xiaoyu stood side by side with him and said with a cold expression, I saw the brat with the surname Yi. I didn't expect him to dare to participate in our exchange. Why did you stop me from killing him just now? What's the hurry? Xiao Yuanjing maintained his calm expression. Don't forget that this person also has a netherworld token. If you attacked just now, can you guarantee that Xiang Nan and the rest won't stop us because of the netherworld token? Bai Xiaoyu snorted coldly and was rather indignant. Then are we just going to watch that brat act so smug in front of us? Since this person is here to participate in this exchange, I'm sure he wants to board the ghost ship. Arrange for someone to challenge him during the exchange. Xiao Yuanjing smiled non-committally. As long as we snatch his netherworld token, he'll no longer be of any use to Xiang Nan and the rest. By then, won't we be able to do whatever we want to him? Ha ha ha, that's right. On the 20th floor of the Yang City International Hotel in the spacious hall. At this moment, everyone in the hall took their seats. The Bai, Duan, Lin, and Du families led by the Xiao family sat on one side, while the Tang, Xiang, Tong, and Lu families led by the Luo family sat on the other side. Du family's Du Zong glanced at Luo Shuiyao and the rest coldly and said with a fake smile, Luo Shuiyao and Tang Jianfeng, Luo Tianya and Tang Yiming from your family didn't come. Don't tell me you're afraid? His words were immediately echoed by many people. Both parties had been fighting openly and secretly in Shangsantan. Now that the younger generation had gathered, naturally, both parties were unhappy with each other. Luo Shuiyao was not angry. Instead, she looked at Du Zong with disdain and said, Du Zong, do you dare to say that to my big brother? Du Zong's tone froze. To be honest, he really did not dare to. What about you? Luo Shuiyao snorted coldly. Have you forgotten who was almost killed by my big brother with a single slash? Who knelt before him and begged for mercy? Ha ha ha. Her words naturally caused Xiang Nan and the others to laugh out loud. Even many people in the Xiao family's camp could not hold back their laughter. Previously, Du Zong had bullied Luo Shuiyao because he was on the martial venerable leaderboard. When Luo Tianya found out about it, he barged into the Du residence alone and forced Du Zong to kneel and apologize in front of everyone. The upper echelons of the Du family were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. This was a contest between the younger generation. Not only would it be shameful for the older generation to make a move, but the older generation of the Luo family would also not sit idly by. After all, Luo Tianya was not called the crazy sister protector for nothing. Du Zong's face flushed red when he heard everyone's laughter. He could not help but stand up and coldly stare at Luo Shuiyao. Enough. At this moment, Xiao Yuanjing, who was seated at the head of the table, spoke slowly. The entire hall quietened down. Xiao Yuanjing scanned the crowd expressionlessly before his gaze finally landed on Luo Shuiyao and the rest. He said with a smile, Shuiyao, I believe Shuhui has told you guys that the purpose of today's exchange is to discuss the ghost ship and redistribute the netherworld token. I wonder what you guys have thought about it? As soon as he said that, Luo Shuiyao glanced at Xiang Nan and the rest before saying, There's no need to think about it. We've agreed. We were just about to fall asleep when you guys took the initiative to give us a pillow. How could we not agree? All right. Xiao Yuanjing looked at Xiang Nan, Tang Shuhui, and the rest. Seeing that they had no objections, he said slowly, Since that's the case, I'll explain the details. Each side will send one person to challenge, and the winner will obtain the netherworld token from the other party. At this point, he added, "Of course, since Luo Tianya and Tang Yiming aren't here, for the sake of fairness, not only will I not make a move, even the people on the Martial Venerable leaderboard won't make a move. The challenger's strength is limited to intermediate level Martial Venerable. What do you guys think?" Luo Shueyao nodded and said, "No objections." She regretted it after saying that. She looked at Yi Chen by instinct. Her pretty face was filled with guilt. That was because she suddenly recalled that Xiao Yuanjing said that the challengers were limited to intermediate-level martial venerables. Although Yi Chen had killed Xiaoyang and the rest, they were only beginner-level martial venerables. The beginner level and intermediate level seemed to be only one level apart. But to martial venerables, this level was like heaven and earth. However, Yi Chen only nodded at her lightly. Xiao Yuanjing stroked his hands lightly and said with determination, "All right, since that's the case, let's draw lots. The party who draws the long lot will initiate the challenge." Following that, Luo Shueyao walked out and drew lots with a young man from the Xiao clan. Fortunately, Luo Shueyao drew the long lot. Tong Shuhui and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Luo Shueyao would draw the short lot and give the initiative to the other party. Xiao Yuanjing looked at the scene and said with a faint smile, "You guys drew the long lot, so the initiative belongs to you. Who do you plan to send to challenge which clan?" Luo Shueyao could not help but look at Xiang Nan and the rest. Tong Shuhui sized everyone up and said with a frown, "Jianfeng, Lu Qing, Xiang Heng, which one of you will represent us to challenge?" "I'll go." Xiang Heng, who was eager to give it a try, was the first to speak. "Don't worry, I'll definitely win a Netherworld token for us." He glanced at Yi Chen coldly as he said to this point, "I'll show someone that I, Xiang Heng, am not a piece of trash like Xiaoyang." Earlier, Lu Qing had said that if he attacked Yi Chen and got killed, he should not blame anyone else. He still remembered that. "All right, you go. Be careful." Xiang Nan nodded slightly. He was well aware of Xiang Heng's strength. He was an intermediate-level martial venerable and had mastered the Xiao clan's mysterious grade martial technique, the rolling thunder cloud palm. Even among intermediate-level martial venerables, he was one of the best. Seeing that Lu Yinfeng and Tong Shuhui had no objections, Xiang Heng took a step forward and leaped out. In the end, he landed at the spot that had been vacated. Shang Santian's formation was set up here. Even if several intermediate-level martial venerables fought at the same time, it would not affect the formation at all. Xiang Heng swept his gaze across the crowd and shouted, "Xiang Heng of the Xiang clan, intermediate-level martial venerable. Which one of you wants to come and challenge me?" "I'll do it." As a faint voice sounded, a young man with a birthmark on the left side of his face leaped out from the Xiao clan's camp. "Duan, who of the Duan clan, intermediate-level martial venerable." "Who is this? Why haven't I seen him before? He seems to be from the Duan clan." Tong Shuhui, Xiang Nan, and the rest looked at each other when they saw each other. They saw a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. Luo Shueyao and Tang Jianfeng shook their heads as well, indicating that they had not seen each other before. That was because anyone who had cultivated to intermediate-level martial venerable before the age of 30 was considered a genius. It was impossible for them to not know each other. Just at this moment, a slightly regretful voice rang out, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. "Xiang Heng is going to lose." Chapter 696. His voice was neither loud nor soft. However, not a single word was missed by the crowd. For a moment, the entire hall fell into dead silence. The smile on Xiang Heng's face, who was initially filled with battle intent, froze. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yi Chen shaking his head as he spoke. He could not help but feel angry. He looked at Yi Chen while gritting his teeth. "Yi, are you saying that I'm not Duan who's match?" Seeing that it was Yi Chen who spoke, Tong Shuhui's pretty face was still cold no matter how kind she was. "Yi Chen, don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything." The two of them had yet to fight, Yi Chen was certain that Xiang Heng would lose. This was like a slap to their faces. It was as if she had been betrayed by her own people. She began to regret bringing Yi Chen here for Luo Shuiao's sake. Xiang Nan's expression darkened as well. That's right. Xiang Heng is a member of my Xiang family. I know his strength better than you. You're just a cultivator from the secular world. Do you have the right to speak here? Although Xiang Heng offended you with his words earlier, you shouldn't be so narrow-minded as to belittle him, right? Lu Yunfeng's eyes were filled with coldness. Yi Chen wanted to explain to him, but Luo Shuiao, who was next to him, tugged the corner of his shirt immediately. Yi Chen, don't spout nonsense. This is a battle between intermediate-level martial venerables. She was also shocked by Yi Chen. She was afraid that Yi Chen would say something wrong and anger Xiang Nan and the rest. After all, they did not have a good impression of Yi Chen. Even Lu Qing could not stop winking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen could only shake his head lightly when he saw that and keep quiet. From the moment Duan who came out, his divine consciousness sensed that this person was very strange. This person's palms were covered in dry calluses. He must have practiced external palm techniques. His skin was rough, and he must have washed his face with coarse salt. Moreover, there was something wrong with his aura. It was obvious that he was once a high-level martial venerable. He did not know what method he had used to force his cultivation base to drop by a level. Most importantly, this person had an overly strong stench of blood on him. He must have killed more than 10 people. Compared to him, Xiang Heng was like a flower in a greenhouse. How could he be Duan Hu's match? The reason why he spoke just now was because he wanted to give Luo Shuiao face. He wanted to remind Xiang Nan and the others so that it would be easier to replace him. However, he didn't expect that no one would believe him. Meanwhile, in the Xiao clan's camp, after hearing what Yi Chen said, a strange arc flashed across Xiao Yuanjing's eyes before he said with a smile, Luo Shuiao, I think this Mr. Yi beside you makes sense. You can consider replacing him. What do you want? No deal. Before Luo Shuiao could speak, Xiang Heng suddenly roared, If I lose today, I will commit suicide in front of everyone. A gentleman keeps his word. This was a matter of dignity. If he really retreated, he wouldn't have any face in the future. We won't trade. Luo Shuiao also rejected Xiao Yuanjing's request. To Xiang Heng, it was a battle of dignity, but to them, it was also a matter of pride. The 10 great ancient clans' reputation was greater than the heavens. Xiao Yuanjing smiled. All right, since that's the case, let's begin. Both sides will only fight to determine who's stronger. There will be no life and death. No poison or hidden weapons are allowed. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed together. Boom! Rolling thundercloud palm. Xiang Heng shouted, and the aura in his body instantly erupted. It was powerful and surging. He took a step forward and charged at Duan Hu. He struck out with his palm, and it tore through the air like lightning. Sensing the might of that palm, the expressions of many people in the hall changed. Clearly, they did not expect Xiang Heng to use such a powerful martial skill as soon as he arrived. Even Lu Qing and Tang Jianfeng were shocked. Tang Shuhui subconsciously looked at Xiang Nan. I didn't expect Xiang Heng to have mastered the Xiang family's mysterious grade martial skill, the rolling thunder cloud palm. Lu Yunfeng nodded his head in admiration. I can feel that even an ordinary high-ranked martial venerable would have to brace themselves against Xiang Heng's palm strike. That's because Xiang Heng has a high comprehension ability. Xiang Nan seemed to be smiling arrogantly. He glanced at Yi Chen coldly at the end of a sentence and said, as if he was pointing at something. Someone said that Xiang Heng would lose. I'd like to see his expression after this. You with the surname Duan, lie down. Xiang Heng's battle intent surged as he pushed the strength in his body to the limit. With a few steps, he slapped at Duan Hu. Disdain flashed in Duan Hu's eyes. A trace of disdain flashed in Duan Hu's eyes as he immediately punched out. If one were to look carefully, one would notice that the force of his fist was wrapped in a trace of faint flames, causing the surrounding air to be completely incinerated. This punch was extremely fast. It directly broke through the sound barrier and landed on Xiang Heng's palm as if it was unstoppable. Rumble! Under everyone's gazes, the fist and palm collided. Space trembled as if it was about to explode from the forceful compression. Vast energy waves swept in all directions, but they were blocked by the formation. Blurg! Blurg! At the next moment, in the shocking energy storm, a body was sent flying heavily before smashing into the formation barrier. When he landed on the ground, he spat out dark, red blood. Who else could it be but Xiang Heng? At that moment, he was lying on the ground. One of his right arms hung limply, and one could even see the white bones inside. He spat several mouthfuls of blood and struggled a few times, but he no longer had the strength to get up. He looked at Duan, who in shock, and said, How are you so powerful? How is this possible? Xiang Nan, who was initially confident, stood up in shock. Disbelief was written all over his face. Both of them are intermediate-level martial venerables. But Xiang Heng was defeated so quickly. Tong Shuhui, Lu Yinfeng, and the rest were completely mute. One move. Xiang Heng was defeated in one move. How was this a martial arts competition? It was an instant kill. On the other hand, Luo Shuiyao covered her red lips lightly. She looked at Yi Chen, who was next to her in shock because he was right. Xiang Heng was no match for Duan Hu at all. I remember who he is. At that moment, Lu Qing's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously looked at Duan Hu and exclaimed, He's the Taiheng bandit, Pei Hu. He's not Duan Hu at all. What he used just now was the Taiheng bandit's famous ultimate technique, 9 Palace Heavenly Flame Fist. As his voice fell, Xiang Nan also recognized it and could not help but curse. Duan Tianlang, you're shameless. You actually got the Taiheng bandit to pretend to be a member of the Duan family. The Taiheng bandit, Pei Hu. This name was extremely familiar to the people of Shang Santian. It was said that this person was bloodthirsty and was known as the number 1 person below intermediate-level martial venerables. There were once 2 high-level martial venerables who joined forces to kill him, but he still managed to escape. It would be strange if Xiang Heng did not lose when he encountered such a person. Duan Tianlang chuckled. Xiang Nan, Pei Hu, submitted to my Duan family half a year ago. Moreover, my Duan family even gave him the surname Duan, so he can be considered a member of my Duan family, right? Duan, who said indifferently, Hu has long been a member of the Duan family. You. Xiang Nan was furious. Bai Xiaoyu, who had been silent all this while, snorted coldly. Xiang Heng can only blame himself for being inferior. If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat. Hand over the netherworld token. Luo Shuiyao gritted her teeth and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she waved her hand and a beam of dark light shot at Duan Tianlang. Here you go. Lu Qing walked over and helped the injured Xiang Heng up. When he passed by Yi Chen, Xiang Heng said viciously, I'm not done with you. He, who had been defeated, vented all his hatred on Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression turned cold. Why aren't you killing yourself? You, Xiang Heng's face turned red. He suddenly spat a mouthful of cold blood and fainted. No one knew if he was faking it or not. Let's go. Luo Shuiyao glanced at Xiao Yuanjing and the rest coldly. She knew that they had set up a trap from the beginning and were waiting for them to fall into it. Now, they had lost their only netherworld token. There was no need for them to stay any longer. Just as everyone was about to turn around, a calm voice rang out. You guys can leave, but ye can't. The person who spoke was Duan Tianlang. Luo Shuiyao was furious when she heard that. Duan Tianlang, don't go too far. Yi Chen is a friend of the Luo family and the Tang family. If you dare touch him, see if my brother will settle the score with you. No, you've misunderstood. Duan Tianlang chuckled softly and said with a spurious smile, What I mean is, doesn't he also have a netherworld token? You guys still have one more chance, don't you? Chapter 697. What I mean is, doesn't he have a netherworld token too? You still have one more chance, don't you? Following Duan Tianlang's words, the entire hall fell silent. The eyes of the members of the ancient clans, led by the Shao family, flickered with smiles on their faces. They had discussed this long ago. They would first snatch the netherworld token from the Luo family and get the 5 ancient clans, led by the Luo family, to leave the ghost ship. Yi Qin had killed members of the 5 ancient clans. How could they pretend that they did not know about such hatred? The reason why they did not flare up was because they were worried that the 5 ancient clans would retaliate if they touched Yi Qin. That was why they targeted Yi Qin in the end. They decided to use a fair method to snatch the netherworld token from Yi Qin. This way, Yi Qin, who had lost the netherworld token, was no longer of any use to the 5 ancient clans. Yi Qin would definitely die when they attacked. Xiang Nan, Lu Yunfeng, and the rest, who were about to leave angrily, stopped in their tracks when they heard Duan Tianlang's words. They could not help but reveal strange expressions. To them, Xiang Heng's failure was purely due to their carelessness. If Yi Chen's netherworld token could be given to them as a bet, they might have a chance to turn the tables. Xiang Nan was about to speak when he thought to this point. However, Luo Shuiyao rejected him without even thinking. Duan Tianlang, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. You're just trying to do the same thing again and snatch Yi Chen's netherworld token. Let me tell you, there's no way. He glanced at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, let's go. Don't fall for their trap. She was afraid that Yi Chen would agree to it impulsively. Losing the netherworld token was secondary. What else could she do if Yi Chen agreed to the challenge and the other party sent an expert like Duan who to kill Yi Chen accidentally? Could she become a dead man and fall out with the 5 ancient clans? Let's go too. Tong Shuhui sighed softly and was about to leave with everyone. Duan Tianlang and the rest thought it was a pity when they saw that. However, at the next moment, Yi Chen turned around to look at Duan Tianlang and the rest. A spurious smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Are you sure you want me to participate in the challenge for the netherworld token? Luo Shuiyao's pretty face changed immediately. She looked at him and said immediately, Yi Chen, are you crazy? This is a matter between the ancient clans. It has nothing to do with you. Perhaps she was overly agitated, but her tone was a little harsh. She was doing everything for Yi Chen's good, but Yi Chen did not understand. This made her a little angry and disappointed. Not only her, even Tong Shuhui, Xiang Nan, and the others were shocked. It was because anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Duan family and the rest were targeting Yi Chen on purpose. No matter how stupid one was, they would not agree to it. However, Yi Chen was tempted. Tong Shui frowned. For Luo Shuiyao's sake, she kindly reminded him, Mr. Yi, I advise you to know your limits. Xiang Nan and Lu Yunfeng looked at each other and saw a hint of sneer and disdain in each other's eyes. What an idiot! Xiang Heng's strength was already considered outstanding among the younger generation of the Xiang clan in Shang Santian, but he was still defeated by Pei Xuehu. Yi Chen had only killed Xiaoyang and a few beginner-level martial venerables. Where did he get the courage to take it? Yi Chen was not angry at Luo Shuiyao's reprimand. He could feel that she was doing it for his own good. He smiled lightly and lifted his eyes to look at Duan Tianlang and the rest again. Let me ask you again. Are you sure you want me to participate in the Netherworld Token Challenge? So you're going to agree? Duan Tianlang's cold eyes met Yi Chen's. He said with a fake smile, Let me make this clear first. The Netherworld Token belongs to you. If you want a challenge, you can only participate. Moreover, we don't have beginner-level martial venerables on our side. We're all intermediate-level martial venerables. After all, beginner-level martial venerables are too useless. Before he could finish, Yi Chen interrupted him and smiled lightly. I'll take it. However, once I attack, I won't stop until I die. Following his words, the hall fell into dead silence. Following his words, the hall fell into dead silence. Duan Tianlang's pupils constricted violently. He did not expect Yi Chen to dare to make a request that would not stop until he died. Luo Shueya was also shocked. Her pretty face flushed red. Yi Chen, you've really disappointed me. Why do you have to court death? At that moment, Xiang Heng, who had fainted earlier, woke up. He smirked coldly and said, Yao Yao, he's courting death. Why are you still trying to persuade him? Shut up. Luo Shueya berated him. Xiang Heng was instantly upset. Did I say anything wrong? This guy only killed a few beginner-level martial venerables. Yet he's so arrogant that he thinks he's a match for an intermediate-level martial venerable. Isn't he courting death? He finally found a chance to attack Yi Chen. He said like a machine gun, I don't know why you're protecting this guy so many times. If you continue like this, you'll be dragged down by him sooner or later. Tong Shuhui and the rest secretly nodded when they heard that. Yi Chen glanced at him. Why aren't you killing yourself? You, Xiang Heng was enraged. Yi, if you know your limits, Yi Chen said again, why aren't you killing yourself? Blurg. Xiang Heng was infuriated. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat another mouthful of blood. F***CK. Can you stop repeating that? I won't kill myself. What can you do to me? I don't want my face anymore, all right? Yi Chen could not be bothered with him. He looked at Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang smirked coldly. All right, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The challenge from you will determine who's stronger and who lives and dies. Everyone here can bear witness. At this point, his gaze turned cold. Don't let anyone kneel and beg for mercy to admit defeat or beg someone to save them when they realize that they're not strong enough. How could Tong Shuhui not understand what he meant? She snorted coldly and said, Don't worry. Since he agreed to it himself, we won't make a move no matter if he wins or loses. The same goes for the Xiang family. The same goes for the Lu family. Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng immediately expressed their stance. Only Luo Shueya and Tang Jianfeng remained silent. Duan Tianlang did not care. As long as the Tong, Xiang, and Lu families did not make a move, the Luo and Tang families alone would not pose a threat to them. He subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yuanjing, who was sitting at the head of the table. After seeing Xiao Yuanjing nod slightly, he said, I'll make it clear again. This challenge will determine who's stronger and who lives. If you win, you'll be able to obtain the Netherworld token from the other party. He grinned at Yi Chen after saying that, revealing his white teeth. Since you're representing Luo Shueya, you'll have to follow the rules. We'll send someone to challenge you. As soon as he said that, a figure stomped hard and leaped onto the stage. A figure stomped hard on the ground and leaped onto the arena. He looked at Yi Chen provocatively. Mad Southernie, get over here and die. Chapter 698. That person was a burly man around 30 years old. He was 7 feet tall and thin. He wore a tight shirt and his arms were strong. There was a cruel smile in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen. Everyone's expressions changed when he entered the arena. It's Lin Tai from the Lin family. Lu Qing took a deep breath in and said fearfully, It said that this person is a posthumous child. After he was born, his biological mother threw him into the mass grave. This person has been fighting with tigers and wolves since he was young. He was only brought back to the Lin family after he displayed his talent in martial arts. That's not all. Tang Jianfeng shook his head slightly and said, I heard that this person accidentally ate a strange medicine, causing his arms to be much stronger than ordinary people. He can tear tigers, leopards, and wolves apart with his physical strength alone. He glanced at Yi Chen next to him worriedly as he said that. He reminded him intentionally or unintentionally, Moreover, this person is an intermediate-level martial venerable. He's ranked 86th on the martial venerable leaderboard. When his vital energy and blood erupted, he killed 2 beginner-level martial venerables. Luo Shuiyao's pretty face turned pale when she heard what they said. Yi Qinyu. So what if he's an intermediate-level martial venerable? Watch me kill an intermediate-level martial venerable to liven things up for you. I'll also help you get back the netherworld token that you lost. Yi Qin interrupted him and landed on the arena with a leap. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but every single word was clearly heard by everyone present. Immediately, it caused a burst of cold laughter. Kill an intermediate-level martial venerable to liven things up? How arrogant! He's indeed a vulgar martial artist from the secular world. Does he really think that he's invincible just because he killed Xiaoyang and the other beginner-level martial venerables? At that moment, the crowd discussed among themselves. They looked at Yi Qin as if they were looking at a dead man. Even Xiang Heng was smirking. He did not like Yi Qin to begin with. To him, Yi Qian was courting death now that he had accepted the challenge. Luo Shuiyao looked at Tong Shuhui pitifully. Sister Shuhui, don't beg me. Tong Shuhui's pretty face turned serious as she said coldly, this is his own choice. I can't save him. He's not worth saving. Luo Shuiyao's tears immediately flowed. Perhaps he realized that his tone was a little harsh. Tong Shuhui's expression softened and she said while shaking her head, Yao Yao, I admit that Yi Chen has some talent, but you and he aren't from the same world after all. What I don't like about him is that it doesn't matter if a man's ability is temporarily weak, but at the very least he must have brains. Tang Jianfeng and Lu Qing looked at each other and saw the pity in each other's eyes. They acknowledged Yi Chen's talent. Both sides had the intention to recruit him, but now it was impossible. When Yi Chen landed, Lin Taimu from the Lin family did not hide the killing intent in his eyes at all. Don't worry, brat. I won't kill you that easily because I'll break all the bones in your body first. You'll kneel before me like a dead dog. As soon as these words came out, he could not hold it in anymore. A wave of killing intent surged out, and his body suddenly charged out. True energy surged as he waved his hand and set off a palm print that was like a storm at Yi Qin. Boom! The moment an intermediate-level martial venerable attacked, the energy surged into the sky. It was extremely powerful, and a pressure that seemed to want to shatter the sky and the earth spread out in all directions. Under such a terrifying aura, many of the surrounding onlookers felt pressured. Xiang Heng's pupils constricted slightly. Yi is dead for sure! Many people even began to discuss it in public. Judging from Lin Tegua's aura, it's much more terrifying than a month ago. Guess how many moves Lin Taigua will need to hit Yi. Is there a need to guess? 1 move is enough. Duan Tianlang heard the entire conversation and subconsciously glanced at by Xiaoyu and Xiao Yuanjing. A cruel smile gradually appeared at the corner of their lips. Lin Taigua laughed out loud. He slapped his palm at Yi Chen with monstrous energy. Yi, I'm taking your arm. Luo Shuiyao closed her eyes in despair when she saw that. Tong Shuhui patted her shoulder lightly and shook her head secretly. You're courting death. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's expression was cold. Killing intent flashed through his deep eyes. Subsequently, he waved his hand and used his fingers as a saber. Whoosh! A dazzling saber gleam cut through the air like a bolt out of the blue. Under the saber gleam, many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes, and they subconsciously closed their eyes. They were already in such a state, let alone Lin Taigua. Lin Taigua felt his eyes blur. His pupils constricted violently, and he wanted to dodge to the side. Whoosh! The sound of flesh being cut open by a sharp weapon was heard. Lin Taigua felt a chill on his neck. He subconsciously reached out to touch his neck. However, what he touched was a pool of warm blood. At the next moment, he felt his vision blur, and he realized that everyone was looking at him with shock, fear, and disbelief. A headless corpse fell to the ground. "That's my body!" That was his last shred of consciousness. Bang! A large head left a trail of blood in the air before landing on the ground and rolling to the corner of the wall. There was a pair of eyes on it that were wide open. Until he died, he did not see how Yi Chen attacked with his saber. At that moment, the entire hall was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at everything with their eyes wide open. This included Duan Tianlang and the rest, as well as Tang Jianfeng, Lu Qing, Tong Shuhui, Xiang Nan, Lu Yunfeng, Xian Heng, and the rest. A few seconds later, someone finally reacted and subconsciously let out a scream of fear. Although they were from Shang Santian and had practiced martial arts since they were young, they had never seen such a bloody scene. Luo Shuiyao's body trembled when she heard the scream. She forced herself to open her eyes and look at the scene. At the next moment, her gaze instantly froze. This! She covered her red lips with her hand and stared blankly at Yi Chen, who was alive and well, and the bloody head on the ground. She was shocked. Not only was Yi Chen not dead, instead, Lin Tiegui's head was removed. Meanwhile, Tong Shuhui and the rest secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene before them had exceeded everyone's expectations. As an intermediate-level martial venerable, Lin Tiegui's head was severed by Yi Chen with a single slash. How terrifying was that ability? How is this possible? Xiang Heng, who was being supported by Lu Qing, cried out in shock. At the same time, he revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. One had to know that Lin Taigua was an intermediate-level martial venerable. Even if he were to fight him, the outcome would not be decided within 30 to 50 moves. However, he was killed by Yi Chen in a single move. Moreover, it was an instant kill. Chapter 699. We've made a mistake in judgment. Xiang Nan and Lu Yunfeng looked at each other and saw a trace of unconcealable shock in each other's eyes. Lin Tai, who was an intermediate-level martial venerable and ranked 86th on the martial venerable leaderboard, was killed by Yi Chen on the spot. It was so fast that they could not even react. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it, even if they were beaten to death. Meanwhile, Tong Shuhui, who was behind Luo Shuiyao, took a deep breath in. Her eyes were filled with surprise when she looked at Yi Chen again. Although she had heard about Yi Chen's achievements more than once, including how he killed Xiaoyang and the rest alone, she did not care much. Firstly, she felt that the rumors might be exaggerated. Secondly, she felt that even if the rumors were true, it was nothing. After all, Xiaoyang and the rest belonged to the younger generation among the 10 ancient families of Shang Santan. They could not even be considered geniuses. If it was the Luo family, there would be people who could do it too. However, with Lin Tai's death, it made her realize how extraordinary Yi Chen was. At the same time, the camp led by the Xiao family was filled with gloominess. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Even by Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuanjing's pupils constricted slightly. They were the strongest among all of them, so they saw more than the rest. When Yi Chen attacked earlier, they clearly saw that Yi Chen slashed at Lin Tai's neck from the front. It was not a sneak attack. Under Lin Tai's powerful frontal attack, Yi Chen managed to chop off his head with one slash. How terrifying was his speed! Good, very good. An incomparably furious laughter suddenly erupted from the crowd. Lin Fulong stood up and looked at Yi Chen with killing intent. I didn't expect such a despicable person like you to sneak an attack on Lin Tai. Lin Tai was killed. It was equivalent to slapping his face and the Lin family's face. How could he take it? Bullsh *T. Luo Shuiyao could not help but curse when she heard his shameless words. Lin Fulong, which eye of yours saw Yi Chen sneak an attack? If you guys can't afford to lose, just say it. Luo Shuiyao, are you sure your family wants to go against my family? At that moment, Lin Fulong's gaze was terrifyingly grim. If not for Tong Shuhui, Xiang Nan, and the rest, he would have killed Yi Qin long ago. Lin Fulong, don't use these words to threaten me. With so many eyes watching, it's impossible for you to lie through your teeth. Luo Shuiyao said without backing down. Besides, when has the Luo family ever been afraid of the Lin family? Even you aren't a match for my brother, let alone those old farts from your Lin family, who are a match for the experts of the older generation of my Luo family. You! Lin Fulong flew into a rage. Enough! At this moment, a furious voice was heard. Xiao Yuanjing took a good look at Yi Qin as an indescribable expression flashed through his eyes. Subsequently, he looked at Lin Fulong and said, Fulong, Lin Tai didn't die unjustly. Your Lin family underestimated his strength. If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat. Lin Fulong's expression instantly changed, and he seemed to be unwilling. Young Master Xiao. His Lin family only had one netherworld token. Once he admitted that he and the others had lost, wouldn't it mean that he would have to give up the netherworld token? Xiao Yuanjing looked over indifferently. Lin Fulong gritted his teeth when he met his gaze. He then lifted his hand and waved. A dark gleam landed in Yi Chen's hand. It was a netherworld token with the word Huang on it. He glared at Yi Chen and said, as if he was threatening him, Brat, I hope you'll still be alive to keep the netherworld token in your hand. That's not for you to worry about. Yi Chen chuckled softly. He then lifted his hand and waved. The extra netherworld token in his hand landed in Luo Shuiyao's hand. Luo Shuiyao stopped in a panic. She looked at him blankly with her beautiful eyes and could not react in time. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Yi Chen said, while smiling lightly, Didn't your Luo family lose their netherworld token? Take this one as a gift from me. Huh. Luo Shuiyao was stunned. But you risked your life for this. She did not expect Yi Chen to give her the netherworld token. One had to know that there were only 8 netherworld tokens in total. Even the 10 ancient families would fight to the death for them. However, Yi Chen tossed it to her casually like he was tossing a piece of scrap metal. Tong Shuhui, who was standing aside, was shocked as well. She then reminded angrily, Since Yi Chen has good intentions, take it. At this moment, she was secretly envious of Luo Shuiyao. If they had gotten to know Yi Chen earlier and built a good relationship with him, this netherworld token might have belonged to the Tong family now. She was not the only one. Even Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng were envious. Luo Shuiyao accepted it in the end and said seriously, Don't worry, Yi Chen. I won't take advantage of you for nothing. I owe you a favor on behalf of the Luo family. Her words were meant for everyone to hear. Lin Fulong wished he could tear Yi Chen apart when he heard that. Damn brat, you're using my Lin family's things to please the Luo family. You sure know how to do business. Don't worry, this isn't the last one. Yi Chen chuckled softly. His cold gaze swept across the Xiao family's camp again as he enunciated word by word. Who else wants to die? Following his words, the entire hall fell into dead silence. A few seconds later, everyone was in an uproar. Did I hear wrongly? It looks like this guy wants to continue fighting. Arrogant. This person is too arrogant. He's looking down on us. We must kill him. They were not the only ones. Even Luo Shuiyao and the rest were stunned. Luo Shuiyao was stunned at first. Subsequently, she walked to Yi Chen's side and tugged him anxiously. Yi Chen, listen to me. Let's not continue. It was already beyond her expectations that Yi Chen had won a piece. She did not expect Yi Chen to not give up. He wanted to continue. Tong Shuhui frowned and said, Yi Chen, you must know when to stop. To her, everyone was worried about Yi Chen's combat ability in the battle earlier, especially the Lin family. If this continued, Xiao Yuanjing would definitely send powerhouses. By then, not only would Yi Chen not be able to keep the netherworld token in his hand, but he would also die. All right, that's what you said. Lin Fulong immediately laughed out loud and gave Du Zong a look. Du Zong, it's time for your Du family to make a move. Don't embarrass your family. Fulong, don't worry. Since this brat wants to die, then my Du family will fulfill his wish. My Du family will definitely get your netherworld token back for you. Du Zong smirked coldly before turning around to look at the young man behind him. Du Xiango, as long as you can kill that brat, the family will reward you with 50 pure yang pills. 50 pure yang pills. Everyone could not help but gasp when they heard that. The Du family had made such a huge move. Clearly, they were starting to get serious. However, what Yi Qin said next stunned everyone. There's no need to go one by one. You guys can come at me together. Chapter 700. There's no need to fight me one by one. You guys might as well fight me together. As Yi Chen's extremely cold voice was heard. What? Du Zong, who was in the Shao clan's camp, was stunned. Everyone in the hall also revealed looks of disbelief, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Yi Chen wanted the people from the Shao clan and the other 5 ancient clans to fight him together. Was he going to fight the 5 powerhouses alone? Luo Shueya was shocked by what he said. Yi Chen, are you crazy? She already thought that Yi Chen was crazy for continuing to challenge them. She did not expect him to challenge all 5 of them alone. He's crazy, he's crazy. Xian Heng, who had always disliked Yi Chen, snorted coldly. He could not help but say sourly, I don't know what dishonorable method this brat used to kill Lin Tai earlier, but he's already so arrogant. I think he's really crazy. On the other hand, the people from the Shao clan's camp laughed instead of getting angry. Du Xian, who was next to Du Zong, was shocked at first. Then he flew into a rage. Yi, you're so arrogant. Let me, Du Xian, fight you. Boom! He took a step forward after saying that, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. An extremely terrifying aura exploded from his body and charged at Yi Qin in the blink of an eye. As a core disciple of the Du clan of Shang Santian, he boasted that he was an outstanding person among the younger generation. However, Yi Qin did not take him seriously. How could he not be furious? Du Xian has attacked. He's ranked 63rd on the martial venerable leaderboard. Even Lin Tai could not withstand a single move from him. Yi is dead for sure. That's right. Yi really thinks that he's invincible after killing Lin Tai. We'll let him know how powerful Shang Santian is this time. Countless people started discussing when Du Xian attacked. Even though Yi Qin had killed Lin Tai instantly earlier, no one thought highly of him. After all, Du Xian's ability surpassed Lin Tai's by too much. Even Luo Shueya and the rest were no exception. Luo Shueya stared at the situation in the arena. She subconsciously tugged at Tong Shuhui's sleeve with one hand, and the trembling of her fingers showed her worry. Go to hell! Du Xian's foot stepped on the air, and his body spun and dived down like a ghost. A cold aura spread and fluctuated, and a sharp claw stretched out from above. Walala! The terrifying strength chi on his body set off a series of sonic booms in the air. Just the momentum alone caused the faces of many spectators to turn pale. I told you, a piece of trash like you isn't enough. Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back from the beginning until the end. He seemed to be smiling in disdain when he saw Du Xian charging at him. He suddenly extended his right hand and slapped it like a fan. Boom! Space faintly distorted when Yi Qin slapped. It was as if a huge hand that wanted to shake the galaxy was rising into the sky. It slapped Du Xian's head hard like lightning. Not good. In that instant, the expression of Du Xian, who had revealed his killing intent, immediately changed. A trace of coldness suddenly surged out from his back. This was because he sensed the aura of death from Yi Chen's giant hand. He had never felt this way before. What terrified him the most was that he realized that the true energy all over his body was temporarily stagnating under Yi Chen's giant hand. Break! He let out a long roar, clearly trying to resolve the crisis. However, it was too late. Yi Chen's giant hand had already slapped over with the force of lightning. Boom! A low and ear-piercing muffled sound rang out, and a terrifying energy strength swept out in all directions like a dam that had been released from a flood. Under such energy fluctuations, the formation that had been set up beforehand collapsed with a bang. Many people who were sitting closer were sent flying by the leaked energy fluctuations. A stream of hot blood splattered in the air. Du Xian's head, the weakest part of his body, exploded. Dead silence. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Once again, everyone's gazes froze as if they had been petrified. If they were shocked that Lin Tai, who was ranked 86th on the Martial Venerable leaderboard, had his head chopped off with a single slash. However, it was shocking that Du Xian, who was ranked 63rd on the Martial Venerable leaderboard, had his head smashed with a single palm. One move. All of them were done in one move. At that moment, everyone looked at Yi Chen in shock. How could this guy be so powerful? Du Zong, who was initially confident, almost vomited blood. His entire face was twitching. Luo Shueyao and the rest looked like they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? Xiang Heng was shaking. His entire body was shaking. He initially thought that Yi Chen had killed Lin Tai by luck, but he was no match for Du Xian. He did not expect Du Xian to be killed in one move. One had to know that Du Xian's strength was similar to his. Even Du Xian was killed in one move. If it were him, he would probably end up the same way. Be *starred. A voice that contained extreme, killing intent was heard. Du Zong stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Chen coldly. Brat, how dare you kill someone from my Du family? Boom! At that moment, Luo Shueyao took a step forward without backing down. Du Zong, are you trying to deny it? They saw her move. Even Tong Shuhui, Xiang Nan, Lu Yinfeng, and the rest could not help but take a step forward. They did not know why they did that. It could be said that it was a subconscious action. It could also be said that the strength that Yi Chen had displayed consecutively made them acknowledge Yi Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Yuanjing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Du Zong, hand the netherworld token to him. Du Zong scoffed coldly. He lifted his hand and tossed the netherworld token to Yi Chen. However, the killing intent inside of him was getting stronger. After Yi Chen took the netherworld token with the word Quan on it, he tossed it to Tong Shuhui, who was behind Luo Shueyao. This time, even Tong Shuhui was stunned. She did not expect Yi Chen to be willing to give the netherworld token to her. She took a good look at Yi Chen and accepted it without any pretense. Thank you. The Tong family owes you a favor too. No one could describe the shock inside of her. On the other hand, Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng were extremely envious. Now that the Luo family and the Tong family had the netherworld token, they were the only ones who did not. How could they not be envious? Don't worry about it. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Since you're Ms. Luo's friends, you're my friends too. I've never been stingy with my friends. Although Tong Shuhui and the rest had treated him coldly earlier, fortunately, they did not have any hostility. Moreover, he already had a netherworld token, so he might as well give up the extra one. It could be considered as doing them a favor at little cost. Du Zong's face turned green when he saw that. He suddenly looked at Bai Xiaoyu. Young Master Bai, how long is your Bai family going to tolerate this? Chapter 701. For the exchange this time, the 5 ancient families led by the Xiao family were dreaming. They initially planned to win the netherworld tokens from Luo Shueyao and Yi Chen, but they did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. The Du family and the Lin family lost 2 netherworld tokens consecutively. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's combat strength had slapped them in the face again and again. At that moment, Du family's Du Zong, Lin family's Lin Fulong, Duan family's Duan Tianling, and the rest had extremely strong killing intent against Yi Chen. However, they dared not attack. That was because the Bai family and the Xiao family had yet to speak. The other three ancient families were usually led by the Bai family and the Shao family. It was because Bai Xiaoyu and Xiao Yuanjing were ranked number 2 and number 3, respectively, on the martial venerable leaderboard. However, compared to the rage of Du Zong and the rest, Bai Xiaoyu and Xiao Yuanjing were very calm, as if they did not see what was happening before them. Bai Xiaoyu looked at his slender fingers carefully before raising his head to look at Xiao Yuanjing beside him. "Yuanjing, what do you think?" Xiao Yuanjing maintained a calm expression. He lifted his eyes to look at Yi Chen carefully. "Mad Southerny, I have to say that you've surprised us. A mere person from the secular world actually killed the geniuses of Shang Santian consecutively." At that moment, even he started to take Yi Chen seriously. He initially thought that Yi Chen was just an ant-like figure. He did not expect him to kill 2 intermediate-level martial venerables consecutively. Before Yi Chen could speak, he squinted and looked down at Yi Chen in a condescending manner. "Why don't we make a deal? Hand the netherworld token to us and cripple your cultivation base. We won't pursue the matter of you killing the disciples of the 5 ancient families anymore. What do you think?" Young Master Xiao, Du Zong, Lin Fulong, Duan Tianling, and the rest looked at him in disbelief. Clearly, they did not expect Xiao Yuanjing to let Yi Chen off so easily. "Shut up!" Xiao Yuanjing's expression turned cold. Du Zong and the rest felt a chill in their hearts. They did not dare to speak any more. However, their gazes at Yi Chen were filled with extreme coldness. Hearing Xiao Yuanjing's overbearing words, Luo Shuiyao's pretty face changed slightly. Xiao Yuanjing looked at him coldly. "Luo Shuiyao, if you dare to say another word, do you believe that I can kill you right now? Don't bring up Luo Tianya. Let's not talk about him not being present. Even if he was present, what would I be afraid of?" Luo Shuiyao's heart trembled when she met his gaze. At that moment, she recalled that the person sitting in front of her was the second on the martial venerable leaderboard, a terrifying existence that even her monstrous brother had praised. She was already like this, let alone Tang Shuhui and the others. Only Xiang Heng was secretly sneering. He looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. "Brat, so what if you killed 2 intermediate-level martial venerables consecutively? So what if you're stronger than me? No one here can protect you if you offend Xiao Yuanjing." Xiao Yuanjing looked at Yi Chen again. "What do you think?" Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged under everyone's gaze. He looked at him without backing down and smiled lightly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you make me cripple my own cultivation and hand over the netherworld token?" As his voice fell, the entire hall was as silent as a dead silence. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Yi Chen rejected Xiao Yuanjing. Not only did he reject him, he even asked who he was in front of everyone. One had to know that he was a terrifying existence who was ranked number 2 on the martial venerable leaderboard. "He's dead. This brat is dead for sure." Xiang Heng was so excited that he almost cried out. He was not the only one. Even Lin Fulong and the rest, who were furious, were overjoyed. Initially, he thought that Yi Chen would agree because he was afraid of Xiao Yuanjing. Never did he expect this guy to overestimate himself and reject him. Luo Shuiyao looked at Yi Chen in panic. Yi Chen, although she did not want Yi Chen to agree to Xiao Yuanjing's request. However, she did not expect Yi Chen to reject him so straightforwardly. Xiang Heng smirked coldly and said, "Yaya, why are you saying so much for someone who's going to die? He's courting death. He can't blame us." "Good, very good, very good." A hint of fierceness appeared on Xiao Yuanjing's gentle face when he heard what Yi Chen said. "You're the first one who dared to reject me. Very good." He turned around slowly. At the same time, an emotionless voice was heard. "Do it. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me today." As his voice fell, Lin Fulong and the others were overjoyed. They were waiting for Xiao Yuanjing's order. Du Zong, who was among the crowd, walked toward Yi Chen slowly. A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "Brat, you didn't expect this day to come, did you?" Seeing Du Zong's murderous aura, Tang Shuhui looked at Xiang Nan, Lu Yinfeng, and the others. The three of them shook their heads in unison and subconsciously pulled Luo Shuiyao to the side. Xiao Yuanjing was not someone they could deal with. What a pity! Tang Shuhui glanced at Yi Chen with a complicated expression and thought to herself, "You're quite talented. If you cultivate for a few decades, you might have a place in Shang Santian in the future. Unfortunately, you're too arrogant. Even I can't help you today." Xiang Nan and Lu Yinfeng shook their heads. In reality, from the moment Yi Chen killed 2 intermediate-level martial venerables consecutively, the two of them no longer had any enmity towards Yi Chen. Instead, they respected him. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had offended Xiao Yuanjing. Du Zong said as he walked, "From the moment you killed my Du family's Du Ming, today's outcome was destined. Don't even think about resisting because, in my eyes, you're no different from an ant." Just when he was about to approach Yi Chen, a beautiful figure suddenly stood in front of Yi Chen to protect him. A beautiful figure suddenly stood in front of Yi Chen and glared at Du Zong with determination. "Du Zong, I won't allow you to kill Yi Chen." Who else could it be but Luo Shuiyao? "Yao Yao, come here." Tang Shuhui was stunned when she saw that. They did not expect Luo Shuiyao to stand up for Yi Chen after Xiao Yuanjing threatened her. However, Luo Shuiyao still stood in front of Yi Chen to protect him. "Luo Shuiyao, don't be so shameless." Du Zong's expression was extremely grim. "You're so protective of this brat. Is he your lover?" Luo Shuiyao had never been humiliated like this before. Her pretty face turned pale. Yi Chen's expression turned cold when he heard the word lover. Yi Chen's face turned cold. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Du Zong. "Ms. Luo, move aside. This piece of trash can't kill me." His friendship with Luo Shuiyao was pure. Moreover, under such circumstances, Luo Shuiyao still risked the public's wrath to protect him. It would be a lie to say that he was not touched. "Yi Chen, don't say anything." Luo Shuiyao stared at Du Zong coldly. "I'll protect you today. I don't believe he really dares to kill me. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. Don't think that your big brother, Luo Tianya, can do whatever he wants in Shang Santian." An extremely cold killing intent flashed across Du Zong's eyes. He struck out with his palm, and a sharp wind tore through the air as it attacked Luo Shuiyao. Back then, he was forced to kneel because of Luo Shuiyao. That had always been the most humiliating thing for him. Luo Shuiyao closed her eyes subconsciously when she saw that. Yi Chen scoffed coldly. Just when he was about to pull her behind him, a loud shout suddenly came from the ground. "Who dares to hurt my sister?" Chapter 702. The sudden voice was extremely domineering. It was like a thunderclap that exploded in the hall, and it also exploded in everyone's ears. The sound wave contained extreme, killing intent. Blurg! At that moment, many people in the hall vomited blood on the spot. They felt a rumbling and piercing pain in their ears, and their faces were filled with shock. Everyone present was a revered martial artist. However, they were all internally injured by this voice. Bai Xiaoyu and Xiao Yuanjing's expressions changed. "Brother!" Luo Shuiyao, who was already in despair, suddenly opened her eyes. Her pretty face was filled with joy as she looked around for the owner of the voice. At the next moment, a figure slowly walked over from the entrance of the hall with his hands behind his back. It was a young man around 30 years old. The young man was dressed in a purple robe. He was tall and had a handsome face. The most eye-catching thing about him was his long golden hair, which shone brightly under the light. Coupled with the powerful aura emanating from his body, he gave off the feeling that a god had descended. With the appearance of this person, everyone in the hall immediately felt an incomparably violent pressure sweeping over. It was as if a mountain had descended, suffocating them. Yi Chen's gaze was also fixed on that person. His expression froze slightly because he sensed a dangerous aura from that person. Plop! Someone could not withstand the pressure and prostrated on the ground. Duzong, who was about to attack Luo Shuiyao, froze. At that moment he felt as if he had seen a ghost. He felt a chill in his throat. Luo Tinya! Whoosh! The entire hall was in an uproar. Everyone was horrified. They could not be more familiar with that name. The Luo family's monster, Luo Tinya. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 5, cleared all the meridians in his body at the age of 8, stepped into the innate stage at the age of 12, became a martial venerable at the age of 15, and reached the top of the martial venerable leaderboard at the age of 20. He had broken the record of being the youngest martial venerable in Shang Santian. He had let everyone know what a genius was. He had suppressed all the younger generation of Shang Santian by himself. Even the veteran powerhouses would pale in comparison to him. Most importantly, he was also known as the Crazy Sister Protector. He had once barged into the Du family for his sister, Luo Shuiyao, and forced Duzong, who was in the top 10 of the martial venerable leaderboard, to kneel and kowtow to beg for mercy. That was why Duzong's face turned pale when he saw Luo Tinya's appearance. He was scared out of his wits. Brother! Luo Shuiyao's face lit up with joy. She immediately dashed forward and hugged Luo Tinya's arm intimately. She said, coquettishly, "If you were a few seconds later, you would have to collect my corpse. Didn't Big Brother just finish dealing with the matter at hand?" Luo Tinya rubbed her head with a doting expression. Then his gaze swept across everyone like a sharp sword. "Who bullied my sister?" Swoosh! When they saw his gaze sweep over, countless people shrunk their necks, withdrew their gazes, and buried their heads low as they were deeply afraid that he would vent his anger on them. When Luo Tinya's gaze swept over Duzong, a bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes. "Are you bullying my sister?" Duzong staggered and hurriedly said, "No, I didn't." At this moment, he didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance from before. "Brother, he did," Luo Shuiyao said with incomparable grievance. "He was the one who bullied me. He even tried to kill me earlier. He probably holds a grudge against me for making him kneel in public back then." The moment that was said, Duzong collapsed to the ground on the spot. His body trembled as he said, "It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding." However, before he could finish speaking, he felt an extremely terrifying suction force. His entire body was instantly grabbed by Luo Tinya. Luo Tinya, how dare you kill me?" Duzong's eyes widened as his body trembled. Bang! Luo Tinya grabbed forcefully, and Duzong's body exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. He roared, "How dare this piece of trash bully my sister?" The entire process was completed in an instant. When everyone reacted, the entire place was dead silent. A powerhouse in the top 10 of the martial venerable leaderboard was crushed to death, just like that. It was as if he had crushed an ant to death. This was Luo Tianya, the crazy protector of his sister. He was domineering and unreasonable. Bai Xiaoyu and Xiao Yuanjing subconsciously looked at each other when they saw the scene. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. This pervert had become stronger again. "And you guys," Luo Tianya's cold gaze turned to the crowd again. His gaze was terrifying. "How dare you bully my sister? Do you really think that there's no one in the Luo family?" No, we didn't bully our sister. It was all Duzong's doing. It has nothing to do with us." Meeting his gaze, everyone shuddered subconsciously and shook their heads. Luo Tianya snorted coldly. "Yao, who else bullied you? Point them out one by one. I don't mind killing them today." Sure. Luo Shuiyao nodded repeatedly and walked toward the Xiao clan's camp. She passed by everyone one by one, and many people almost peed their pants. "Brother, there's also this guy." Luo Shueyao pointed at Duan Tianlang in the crowd. This guy took advantage of the fact that he wasn't here earlier and stole the Netherworld token. Duan Tianlang's face instantly turned green. Luo Shueyao, who's cheating? If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat. Don't slander me, die too. Luo Tianya did not give him a chance to explain and reached out to grab him. Duan Tianlang's expression changed. Young Master Xiao, save me. Humph. Right at this moment, Xiao Yuanjing, who had been silent all this while, made a move. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled Luo Tianya's attack and looked at Luo Tianya with a burning gaze. Luo Tianya, are you going to start a war with the 5 ancient clans? Xiao Yuanjing, stop flattering me. Luo Tianya's voice was like thunder. The Luo family doesn't cause trouble, and we're not afraid of trouble. I know that this eternal second has always been unconvinced by me, so I might as well use this opportunity today to decide who's better. At the end of his sentence, he looked at the gloomy Bai Xiaoyu with a cold gaze again, and this eternal third. Both of you come at me together. I'll take care of them together. Luo Tianya, you're too arrogant. Bai Xiaoyu roared. Don't forget, you're not much stronger than Yuanjing. Tang Yiming isn't here, so it's still unknown who will win. Just as he finished speaking, a loud laugh came from afar. Who said that I'm not here? At the next moment, a young man in green walked in lazily. He was holding a hot dog in his hand and eating it as he walked. Bai Xiaoyu, although I know that you've always been jealous that I'm more handsome than you, you don't have to praise my handsomeness behind my back, do you? Everyone gasped when they saw the other party's appearance. The genius of the Tang family, Tang Yiming, the terrifying existence, ranked fourth on the martial venerable leaderboard. Chapter 703. Big Brother. Seeing who it was, Tang Jianfeng, who was in the crowd, immediately went up to him excitedly. He opened his arms as if he wanted to hug him. Jianfeng, get out of my way. Tang Yiming waved his hand in annoyance. After finishing the last bite of the hot dog, he said in a muffled voice, You young people just can't stop. I just ate something on the way here, and you're already fighting to the death. Tang Jianfeng was speechless. You're only 3 months older than me, all right? What an old man. He shook his head repeatedly. His big brother was still the same. He did not give him any face in front of everyone at all. Isn't this Sister Yao? Tang Yiming wiped his mouth and walked to Luo Shueyao's side. He said with a grin, Why do you look so wronged? Don't cry. It's not good for a girl to cry. Who bullied you? Tell your brother Yiming. Your brother Yiming will beat him up for you. Luo Shueyao pointed at Bai Xiaoyu and the rest and pretended to be on the verge of tears. Brother Yiming, they all bullied me. You, the veins on Bai Xiaoyu's face bulged. Who bullied you? I didn't say anything against you from the beginning to the end. Don't lie through your teeth, all right? What about you? Tang Yiming glared at him. You're glaring at me? Bai, you're a big shot after all. Why are you so petty like a girl? Also, look at yourself in the mirror. Your skin is cracked. It's obvious that you're petty, causing your virtual fire to rise. He pointed at Bai Xiaoyu and scolded him. He was like a naggy old woman. He did not fit the image of an expert at all. Yi Qin frowned, as if sensing his confusion. Tang Jianfeng walked over and said in a low voice, My brother is like this. People give him the nickname Big Mouth. He's not good at fighting, but he's very good at talking. He can talk people to death. Enough! Bai Xiaoyu was furious. Tang Yiming, you're only ranked fourth on the martial venerable leaderboard. What right do you have to criticize me? You want the qualification, right? Tang Yiming took out a toothpick and put it in his mouth. He stretched his neck and said, Okay, then I'll accompany you to exercise your muscles and bones today. I'll be qualified after I beat you up. Good, very good. Xiao Yuanjing's eyes flickered a few times as he took a deep breath in and said, Since the first, second, third, and fourth on the martial venerable leaderboard are all here, let's decide who's stronger. Xiao Yu, do it. He shouted and threw a punch at Luo Tianya. Luo, I've gained something today. Let's see how capable you, the number one on the Martial Venerable leaderboard, are. Just based on you, the eternal number two? Luo Tianya smiled disdainfully and went forward as well. Bai Xiaoyu also roared and launched an attack at Tang Yiming. Tang Yiming, I've tolerated you for a long time. Today, I'd like to see whether you're better with your mouth or your hands. Boom! For terrifying auras collided with each other. No one expected the top four on the Martial Venerable leaderboard to fight just like that. For a moment, countless people retreated to the side, afraid that they would be injured. Lu Qing smiled bitterly and said, "If they continue fighting like this hotel will collapse. Wouldn't we be in trouble too?" "Don't worry, they won't get serious." Luo Shuiyao rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "These four guys don't like each other. I don't know how many times they've fought each other. Every time, it's like Tai Chi. In fact, her guess was right. Although the four of them exchanged blows, they did not use their full strength. They exchanged blows, and it seemed like they were probing each other. At that moment, Xiao Yuanjing, who was fighting Luo Tianya, suddenly roared, "Lin Fulong, Duan Tianlang, kill ye quickly!" As soon as he said that, Lin Fulong and Duan Tianlang finally reacted. Lin Fulong and Duan Tianlang finally reacted. They charged at Yi Chen with joy on their faces. Ferocity filled their eyes. "Ha ha ha! Yi, do you think Luo Tianya and Tang Yiming can save you? Now that the two of them are being held back by young Master Xiao and young Master Bai, I'd like to see who else can save you today. Yi, you'll definitely die today." Oh no! The expressions of Luo Shuiyao and the rest changed when they heard that. At this moment, he finally understood. No wonder Xiao Yuanjing and Bai Xiaoyu wanted to fight Luo Tianya and Tang Yiming today. It turned out that they wanted to hold Luo Tianya and Tang Yiming back so that Lin Fulong and Duan Tianlang could attack Yi Qin, even if it was only for a few minutes. It was enough for Yi Qin to die a few times. Luo Shuiyao subconsciously wanted to attack as she thought to this point, but she suddenly realized that a large hand had tapped her body. She could not move at all. It was Xiang Heng. Xiang Heng had sealed his acupoint. Luo Shuiyao's beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Xiang Heng smirked coldly. "Yao, this is between Yi Qin and them. Why are you interfering?" He could not wait for Yi Qin to die. How could he let Luo Shuiyao become Yi Chen's protection again? Luo Shuiyao panicked. "Sister Shuhui, unseal my acupoint." However, Tong Shuhui and the rest did not move at all. Lu Yinfeng could not help but say, Yao, Xiang Heng is right. Don't interfere anymore. If you're accidentally injured, your brother will go crazy again." At the same time, Lin Fulong and Duan Tianlang charged at Yi Chen with killing intent. The pressure on their bodies alone made Xiang Heng's face turn pale. Luo Shuiyao was on the verge of breaking down when she saw that, "Brother, please save Yi Chen. He can't die." Luo Tianya, who was fighting Xiao Yuanjing, also saw that. He wanted to save Yi Chen. However, Xiao Yuanjing threw an extremely overbearing punch. "Luo Tianya, how dare you be distracted when you're fighting me?" At the crucial moment, a sword chi erupted from Tang Jianfeng's body and slashed at Lin Fulong. "Brother Yi, let me help you!" "Brother Yi, let me help you too." Lu Qing gritted his teeth and charged forward as well. He took the initiative to face Lin Fulong and shouted, "Brother Yi, leave quickly. We can't drag this on for long. Tang Jianfeng, get lost. I don't want to kill you." Duan Tianlang sent Tang Jianfeng flying with a slap. He clenched his fist, and a terrifying palm print immediately condensed in his palm. Under the terrifying force, the floor of the floor faintly cracked. He charged at Yi Chen like lightning. Subsequently, he slapped Yi Chen's head. A cold grin filled his ferocious face. "Yi, your death is here!" Luo Shuiyao cried in despair. Yi Chen, Tang Jianfeng, and Lu Qing looked helpless. Xiang Hung scoffed as if he could see Yi Chen's death. "Brat, this is the consequence of offending me." At that moment, Yi Chen advanced instead of retreating. He took a step forward, and a sharp fingerprint slowly appeared in his hand. It was accompanied by lightning faintly, and thunder could be heard faintly from Yi Chen's body. "This is..." Xiao Yuanjing and the other three sensed the sudden pressure immediately. They stopped at the same time and looked straight at Yi Chen. "Since you want to kill me, you can only die." An extremely cold voice came from his mouth. Divine punch created in 33 days, tent style, finger of destruction. Boom! Yi Chen put his index and middle fingers together, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertip. Subsequently, it turned into a fingerprint and shot at Duan Tianlang with a terrifying aura. At that moment, Duan Tianlang's pupils constricted violently, and this contraction was eternal life and death. The fingerprint landed between Duan Tianlang's brows at lightning speed. It pierced through his brows and came out from the back of his head. Duan Tianlang's pupils still stopped at the moment of shrinking, and then his body fell straight back. A stream of hot blood flowed out from the hole between his brows. When his body fell to the ground, everything in the world seemed to have suddenly stopped. Around the hall, countless gazes froze and trembled. Dead. Duan Tianlang, who was ranked 7th on the Martial Venerable leaderboard, was dead. P.S. Today's update for the 4th chapter is over. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your reward from the leader of Uncle President. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 704. In the spacious hall, Duan Tianlang's corpse, who was ranked 7th on the Martial Venerable leaderboard, was lying on the floor. Even though he was dead, his eyes were still wide open. There was a bullet hole the size of a thumb between his brows, and blood kept flowing out. His widened eyes widened. He seemed to have died with a grievance. However, the surroundings of the hall were dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they watched this scene. Their faces were twitching, and their gazes were twitching. One had to know that Duan Tianlang was known as the number 1 among the younger generation of the Duan family. There were only a handful of people who could defeat him. He was definitely not someone Lin Tai, Du Xian, and the rest could compare to. Therefore, the moment Duan Tianlang attacked, everyone present had already seen Yi Chen's death. However, the truth was so shocking. Duan Tianlang, who was ranked 7th on the Martial Venerable leaderboard, was dead. He was killed by Yi Chen with a single finger. On Luo Shuiao's side, Luo Shuiao's mouth was wide open as she watched the scene before her in a daze. She thought that Yi Chen would definitely die. She felt despair and heartache. However, she did not expect the situation to turn around so suddenly. This reversal made her think that she was hallucinating. Tang Jianfeng and Lu Qing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They could not help but gulp. Brother Yi is too powerful. Lin Fulong from the Lin family seemed to have been petrified. Tong Shuhui also took a deep breath in, her gaze extremely complicated. How could she have expected that this young man, who she had once looked down on, would constantly bring her shock? Forget killing Lin Tai and Du Xian instantly. Even Duan Tianlang, who was ranked 7th on the Martial Venerable leaderboard, had died in his hands. One had to know that she was only ranked 8th on the Martial Venerable leaderboard. Did that mean that if Yi Chen wanted to kill her, where did this freak come from? Xiang then felt that his chest was suffocating. Lu Yunfeng, who was next to him, fell silent instantly. However, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. There was deep respect in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen again. As for the members of the 5 ancient clans from the Shao clan, everyone was shocked. They looked at Yi Chen as if they had seen a ghost. This was because they knew Duan Tianlang's strength the best. However, Yi Chen still did not kill him. That kind of shock was intense to the extreme. I was careless. In the distance, the expressions of Xiao Yuanjing and Bai Xiaoyu finally changed at this moment. Their faces were so gloomy that they were a little twisted, and a chill spread from their eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen lifted his head slightly to look at Lin Fulong, who was standing aside. Extreme killing intent filled his eyes. Duan is dead. It's your turn now. You! At that moment, Lin Fulong's entire body was trembling. He was no longer as arrogant as before. That was because even Duan Tianlang, who was on the martial venerable leaderboard, had died in Yi Chen's hands. He, who was ranked number 9 on the martial venerable leaderboard, could only die facing Yi Chen. Run! After he watched helplessly as Duan Tianlang was annihilated by a single finger, he was horrified in his heart, and he'd long since lost the will to battle. Thus, his figure swiftly surged explosively and flashed towards the entrance of the hall. Where do you think you are going? Yi Chen smirked coldly as killing intent surged in his eyes. A golden gleam suddenly erupted from his hand. As the golden gleam faded, a golden long sword suddenly appeared. The blade of the sword surged with sharp sword intent, and domineering sword chi immediately swept out in all directions, clanging loudly. Die! Facing Lin Fulong, who was trying to escape, Yi Chen swung his sword. Buzz! As the sword was swung, accompanied by an explosion that sounded like spring thunder, a sword gleam that seemed to want to move mountains and overturn seas swept out. The sword chi on the sword gleam whistled, and it was enough to shake mountains and rivers, shatter heaven and earth, and destroy everything. No, young Master Shao, young Master Bai, save me, save me. Sensing the sword intent coming from behind him, all the hairs on Lin Fulong's body stood on end at that moment. He roared in fear. How dare you? Stop! At that moment, Xiao Yuanjing and Bai Xiaoyu shouted. They charged at Yi Chen. You want to save him under our noses? It's not that easy. Tang Yiming and Luo Tianya smirked coldly. They immediately joined forces and charged over, forcing the two of them to retreat. Boom! Wherever the sword gleam that Yi Chen slashed past, a long ravine appeared on the ground. It was like an earthquake, and it was terrifying. No, Lin Fulong let out an unwilling roar. His entire body was directly split into two halves, under everyone's watchful eyes. He was killed by Yi Chen on the spot. Dead silence. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Another one died, and it was the 9th on the martial venerable leaderboard. At that moment, everyone subconsciously shuddered. A cold chill ran down their spines, and then it penetrated deep into their souls. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the thin figure. Now that they thought about it, there were already 4 martial venerables who had died in his hands. How domineering was that young man! When Yi Chen's gaze landed on the rest again, everyone shuddered and immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Too ferocious, too ruthless. Especially Xiangheng, who was in the crowd. If one took a closer look, his legs were trembling violently, and he looked like he could not stand steadily. How can he be so powerful? How can he be so powerful? When he thought about how he had been targeting such a person from the beginning to the end, he was horrified. A few seconds later, an extremely cold voice sounded in the hall. Great, very good, very good. The person who spoke was Xiao Yuanjing, who was fighting with Luo Tinya. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. This was because all the young experts of the Duan, Du, and Lin families, led by the Xiao family, were dead. How could he accept such an outcome? Bai Xiaoyu was hit by Tang Yiming's punch. After a muffled groan, he almost went mad. Yi, just you wait to suffer the wrath of the 5 ancient families. Oh, really? Yi Chen smirked in disdain. He suddenly charged at the people next to him with the almighty killer sword in his hand. They were from the Du, Lin, and Duan families. Although these people were not as powerful as Duan Tianlang and Lin Fulong, and they did not offend him, Yi Chen did not show any mercy. Since he had already offended them, he would offend them to the end. Since he had already killed them, he would kill them all. As if sensing his intentions, Xiao Yuanjing, who was being held back by Luo Tianya, had a change of expression. He shouted sternly, "What are you doing?" However, Yi Chen ignored his shout. The sword qi on the almighty killer sword in his hand enveloped an area of 300 meters. He charged at the people from the Du, Lin, and Duan families. Chapter 705. No, don't kill me. Mad Southern Yi, I have no enmity with you. How dare you kill me? I can't accept this. I curse you to die a horrible death. Young Master Xiao, help. At that moment, countless disciples of the Duan family, Lin family, and Du family fled in a panic. Some could not stop cursing Yi Chen while some begged for mercy. However, it still could not stop Yi Chen's killing intent. Xiao Yuanjing and Bai Xiaoyu could only watch Yi Chen kill. They could only watch as more and more corpses appeared on the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Shuiyao and the rest retreated to the side with goosebumps. They were afraid that Yi Chen, who had gone crazy, would kill them with one strike. Is this guy crazy? Lu Yunfeng cried out in shock. Doesn't he know that his killing will make him stand against the 5 ancient clans? Although Luo Shuiyao was shocked as well, she still glared at him. According to what you said, the 5 ancient clans can bury the hatchet with him. Lu Yunfeng was speechless. That was right. Even if Yi Chen did not kill these people, he had completely offended the 5 ancient clans. After all, Xiaoyang, Lin Tai, Du Xian, Duan Tianling, and Lin Fulong had all died in his hands. Instead of letting these people return alive and bring him more trouble in the future, he might as well kill the dangerous bud on the spot. In just a few breaths of time, the ground was filled with corpses. A pungent smell of blood filled the air. Bai Xiaoyu's eyes were bloodshot. He could not wait to kill Tang Yiming, who was pestering him on the spot, and then kill Yi Chen. The 5 ancient clans won't let you go for this. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he looked at the people from the Bai and Xiao families who had retreated to the side. Killing intent surged within him again. Sensing the killing intent, Luo Tianya, who was fighting Xiao Yuanjing, could not help but say, "Brother, enough is enough!" Even though he was number 1 on the martial venerable leaderboard and had killed many people, he could not help but be shocked by Yi Chen. Yi Chen's killing intent was just too strong. It would be fine if Yi Chen killed the people from the Du, Duan, and Lin families. However, if he killed the people from the Xiao and Bai families, Bai Xiaoyu and Xiao Yuanjing would definitely go crazy. At that time, he and Tang Yiming would not be able to deal with it. Even Tang Yiming spoke up, "That's right. Brother, don't be too ruthless in everything you do. You really gave me a big fright." Goodness gracious, where did this malefic star come from? Even lunatic Luo wasn't as crazy as him. He was shocked again and again. Yi Chen suppressed the killing intent within him after hearing what the duo said. After Luo Tianya pushed Xiao Yuanjing back with a palm strike, he said indifferently, "Xiao Yuanjing, take your men and scram!" "Luo Tianya, are you sure you want to become enemies with me for this brat?" Xiao Yuanjing said with an extremely grim expression. If not for Luo Tianya and Tang Yiming's presence today, he had to kill Yi Chen. "Scram!" Luo Tianya roared, "Don't threaten me. If you still want to fight, I, Luo Tianya, will accompany you to the end. However, at that time, it will be impossible for you to leave peacefully." "All right." Xiao Yuanjing scoffed as the killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. "Luo Tianya, you're impressive. My Xiao family admits defeat this time." He was a decisive person. He knew that it was impossible to kill Yi Chen with Luo Tianya and Tang Yiming around today. If he continued, it would only intensify the conflict. If he really forced out lunatic Luo's madness, he would not be able to take it. "Xiaoyu, let's go." He flung his sleeves and turned around to leave with the people from the Xiao family. When he passed by Yi Chen, he squinted and said sternly, "Yi Chen, you're not bad. I'll remember what happened today." He turned around and left after saying that. Bai Xiaoyu led the people from the Bai family, and looked at Yi Chen with extreme killing intent in his eyes. Yi, your death is near. I hope you can still be as calm as you are now when the time comes. In just a few minutes, everyone in the hall had left. Only Luo Shueyao and the rest were left. Even so, everyone's eyes were still fixed on Yi Chen. The shock in their hearts lingered for a long time. 2 of the top 10 on the Marshall Venerable leaderboard had been slaughtered. Moreover, it was all done by a single person. After this incident, Yi Chen's name would definitely shake Shang Santian. What kind of expressions would those people from Shang Santian who boasted that they were superior to others have when they found out that a person from the secular world had killed their geniuses? Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a round of applause was heard. Tang Yiming walked toward Yi Chen while clapping his hands. He said in admiration, "Brother, you're amazing. I admire you. This is the first time I've seen Xiao Yuanjing, and by Xiao Yu so infuriated." Yi Chen did not put on airs. He said, while clasping his fists, "Thank you both." He knew that the reason he was able to kill Lin Fulong, Duan Tianlang, and the rest today was because Tang Yiming and Luo Tianya had held Xiao Yuanjing, and by Xiao Yu back. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly. "No, don't thank me." However, Tang Yiming did not accept his kindness and waved his hand again and again. "Old Tang, I don't mean to help you at all. I just don't like Bai Xiaoyu. If you want to thank someone, thank lunatic Luo. He has been hated by the Xiao family this time." Luo Tianya snorted coldly. "I haven't seen you for so long, but you're still as talkative as before." "No matter what, I appreciate your kindness." Yi Chen smiled lightly. He did not mind. Although Tang Yiming was a little direct, it was usually people like him who made people less worried. Luo Tianya looked at him and said indifferently, "You've killed many people this time. The Xiao clan and the other ancient clans will definitely not let you off. I advise you to find a place to hide." Luo Shueyao was unhappy when she saw her brother treating Yi Chen coldly. "Brother, Yi Chen will be on the ghost ship when the time comes. He even helped us win back the Netherworld token. He also won sister Shu Hui's token." Luo Tianya laughed out loud when he heard that. "So the Xiao clan only has 4? To be precise, the Xiao clan only has 3. Luo Shueyao smiled slyly and walked to Duan Tianlang's corpse. She took out a Netherworld token from him. "Now we have 3 on our side. The power is balanced." Xiang Nan's eyes turned red when he saw another Netherworld token. He rubbed his hands together and said in a fawning manner, "Yaya, look, our Xiang clan doesn't have that." Before he could finish, Luo Shueyao handed the Netherworld token to Yi Chen. "Yi Chen here. You killed Duan Tianlang, so this Netherworld token naturally belongs to you." Xiang Nan's expression changed. "Yao Yao, what Yao?" Luo Shueyao glared at him fiercely. "This belongs to Yi Chen, not you. You didn't help Yi Chen when he was in danger earlier." Xiang Nan was speechless. Chapter 706. After Yi Chen took the Netherworld token, he tossed it to Lu Qing next to him. "Brother Lu, it's yours now." He remembered it very clearly. When Duan Tianlang attacked him earlier, it was Tang Jianfeng and Lu Qing who chose to help him. Tang Jianfeng and Luo Shueyao were close, so they could share a Netherworld token. The Lu family did not have a single one, so it was perfect to give it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing could not help but say, "Thank you, Brother Yi." Lu Yinfeng, who was standing aside, was shocked too. He did not expect Yi Chen to be willing to give the Netherworld token to the Lu family. Although it was purely for Lu Qing's sake, it made him feel extremely guilty. Thinking to this point, he cupped his fist slightly and said, "Brother Yi, if I offended you earlier, I hope you won't mind." Xiang Nan followed. "Brother Yi, I apologize to you too." "Don't worry about it." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and turned around to leave. Xian Heng, who had been trembling in fear, heaved a sigh of relief. He said anxiously, "He's finally gone." He was afraid that Yi Chen would attack him earlier. Xiang Nan resisted the urge to slap him to death. "Bastard, I'll deal with you when we get back. Yao Yao, come with me. Luo Tianyao walked out after saying that. The two of them went straight into a room. Sensing that her brother was in a bad mood, Luo Shuiyao braced herself and said, "Brother! Don't call me brother!" Luo Tianyao turned around and glared at her. He reprimanded her with a stern face. "Do you know how dangerous your actions today were? Is it worth it to put yourself in danger for someone who has nothing to do with the Luo family? If I hadn't come in time, how would I explain it to my parents if anything happened to you?" Luo Shuiyao giggled as she hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Then she looked aggrieved. "Brother, I was wrong." Luo Tianya's expression finally eased up. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "You're so sure that I'm soft-hearted." "Not only is my brother soft-hearted, he's also handsome." Luo Tianya flattered him at the right time and instantly turned into a little fangirl. Just like earlier, you crushed Duzong with one hand. You're simply too handsome. If I wasn't your sister, I would want to marry you. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Tianya was very pleased, but he still glared at her. Stop trying to bewitch me. Let me tell you, stay away from me in the future. He's killed too many people. The 5 ancient clans, the Xiao clan and the Bai clan, won't let him off. Luo Shuiyao immediately grew nervous. Don't tell me House Xiao is sending an Emperor Realm Cultivator. Emperor Realm? Luo Tianya's gaze focused, and he said, Emperor Realm cultivators are not allowed to enter the world. This is a rule. I don't think they would dare to do so. However, don't think that everything will be fine if the Emperor Realm cultivators don't come out. What if the other party sends a pseudo-emperor? Hearing this, Luo Shuiyao's expression changed. In another room, Tang Yiming held a drumstick in his hand and said, without looking up, "You brat, stand still and don't look around." In front of him stood a young man. It was Tang Jianfeng. Gulp! Tang Jianfeng gulped. He was a little envious of the black-boned spirit chicken's drumstick in his hand. "Brother, can I have a bite?" Even if it's the chicken, but that was a black-boned spirit chicken, not an ordinary chicken. It only grew in Shang Santian. An adult, black-boned spirit chicken's strength was equivalent to a martial Dao master. Martial artists could replenish their vital energy and blood by eating it. Chicken butt? I lost it. After Tang Yiming finished the last mouthful of chicken, he burped and looked up at him. It's not that I want to criticize you, but it's fine if that little girl Yao Yao is messing around, but you're messing around with her too. You still want to eat chicken, but you won't even get chicken poop. Tang Jianfeng's face darkened. I'm not messing around. You're not messing around? Tang Yiming was furious. You know that you killed people from Shang Santian, yet you're still so close to him? You even attacked Lin Fulong for him? Why don't you take a piss and look at the difference between you and Lin Fulong? Tang Jianfeng fell silent for a few seconds before asking, Brother, how do you think Shang Santian will take revenge on Yi Qin this time? Tang Yiming took out a toothpick and said, while picking his teeth, That's not my concern, but I'm afraid that guy won't have a good life in the future. Tang Jianfeng said in a deep voice, Could it be that an Emperor Stage cultivator will appear? Emperor Stage? Humph. Tang Yiming sneered. It's been so many years. Have you ever seen an Emperor Stage cultivator appear? You're still too inexperienced. Do you really think the Chinese cultivation world is that simple? After Yi Chen returned to the Yu residence, he immediately called Yang Tian and Lin Tai. Both of you, come to my place immediately. After hanging up the phone, he walked to the window and said, as if he was deep in thought, The ghost ship is about to appear. I have to go for the earth immortal fruit. But I have to prepare something before I leave. Soon Yang Tian and Lin Tai arrived. Yang Tian could not help but ask, Oldie, how was your trip to Yang City? Yi Qin briefly told them what happened. Although that was the case, both of them were still dumbstruck when they heard it. They knew that Yi Chen was powerful, but they did not expect him to be so powerful that he could kill Lin Fulong. Duan Tianlang, and the other powerhouses on the martial venerable leaderboard. The ghost ship will appear in a few days. Yi Chen looked at the two of them and said calmly, I'll try my best to increase your abilities in the few days before I leave. I hope that you guys can put in more effort. In the next 3 days, Yi Chen stayed in the villa. He was either refining medicinal pills, refining formations, or refining magic tools. At the same time, he guided Yang Tian and Lin Tai in their cultivation. With a large number of medicinal pills as the foundation, Yang Tian and Lin Tai's cultivation base increased rapidly. They had stepped into mastery stage, spirit assembly. Coupled with the magic tools and talismans that Yi Chen refined for them, they could even fight ordinary martial venerables. At the same time, he was secretly waiting for Shang Santian to retaliate. What he did not know was, on the morning of the 3rd day in Kunlun, 3 figures with extremely terrifying auras rushed over from the depths of Kunlun. They were 3 old men, and the aura that each of them emitted made one's heart palpitate. A mere martial artist from the secular world dares to kill someone from Shang Santian? He's simply courting death. I swear I won't stop until I destroy the Yi family today. That's right, especially that bastard Yi. He killed my Duan family's Duan Tianlang. I'll skin him alive and pull out his tendons. I'll make him beg for death. The 3 extreme killing intents caused the space to tremble slightly. At that moment, one of them suddenly stopped. Wait, something's not right. That person's gaze was fixed on his feet. Under their feet were clusters of weeds that were half the height of a person. However, these weeds actually released a faint sword intent at that moment. The sword intent on each blade of grass grew stronger and stronger. In their pupils that contracted violently, each blade of grass seemed to have turned into a sharp sword. This is the withering sword intent. One of them seemed to have thought of something and cried out in shock. This is the eternal swordsman's withering sword intent. Oh no, this old thing is still alive. Let's go. What? The eternal swordsman. The other 2's expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they turned around and rushed back the way they came. They were extremely fast. However, at that moment, countless sword intents that were so dense that they could materialize covered the sky and earth. 2 of the old men were torn into pieces by the sword intents on the spot. Only an old man looked at this scene with a horrified expression. In just a few breaths of time, 2 peak martial venerables were dead. From the beginning to the end, they did not see who the person who attacked was. An old voice boomed in his ears. Go back and tell the 5 ancient clans that I, the eternal swordsman, am not dead yet. If they want to cause trouble, they'll have to ask my sword first. Chapter 707. Above Kunlun, following the death of the 2 peak martial venerables, the surviving peak martial venerable brought the news back to Shang Santian in shock. The longevity swordsman was not dead. This news was too shocking to the 10 ancient clans of Shang Santian because this name was a taboo to the 10 ancient clans, a taboo that had existed for 100 years. What? The longevity swordsman is not dead. How is that possible? Wasn't the longevity swordsman plotted against by us back then? Doesn't he have much time left? The news came from the Du, Lin, and Duan families. According to the people who returned, the other party used the withering sword intent. There's no mistake. This is a little troublesome. Pass down my order. The powerhouses of the various ancient clans are not allowed to enter the world. Only the younger generation is allowed to enter the world. We'll discuss this further. Almost at the same time, the 10 ancient clans of Shang Santian were shocked by the words longevity swordsman. Countless ancient clans' leaders gave orders one after another. Yi Chen had no idea about all of that. Meanwhile, the Yi family villa held a family banquet in an extremely secretive manner. Yi Chen's parents, Yi Hai Wulan Su Yuhan, his second uncle, Yi Ming, his second aunt, Yang Hui, his cousin, Yi Wen, and even old Master Gu, Gu Yingying, Gu Shaoquan, and other outsiders were present. Everyone who was related to Yi Qin gathered together. The banquet was sumptuous, but the atmosphere was a little strange. Everyone would look up at Yi Chen, who was carrying his daughter and eating with his head lowered from time to time. Everyone was confused. They did not know why Yi Qin suddenly gathered everyone together. However, no one dared to ask, since Yi Qin did not say anything. After the meal, Yi Chen's second uncle, Yi Ming, could not help but ask, "Shaoqin, do you have something to say to me?" "Everyone, come to my study." Yi Qin nodded lightly and walked into the study first. After everyone came in, he gave Lin Tai a look. Lin Tai took out his phone and called hundreds of Star Pavilion members over. They secretly guarded the entire Yi family villa. Yi Qin lifted his hand and set up a soundproof barrier in the study. He then turned around slowly and said to everyone, "Dad, Mom, second uncle, second aunt, old Master Gu, Ms. Gu, I have something to say to you guys." Everyone looked solemn. They knew Yi Chen's character very well. He was always calm in the face of danger. However, he was unusually serious today. What he was going to say must be extremely important. Only Su Yuhan, Lin Tai, and Yang Tian could vaguely guess something. Yi Chen glanced at them and said with a faint smile, "What I said might shock you guys or even horrify you. However, I hope that you guys can bury it in your hearts after hearing it. Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, you might be killed." Yi Hai said in a deep voice, "Little Chin, speak. We know what to do." Yi Wen's beautiful eyes lit up. She seemed to have thought of something and became excited. "Brother, could it be that you've decided to teach us cultivation?" Although she relied on Yi Chen to become an executive of a listed company, she had come into contact with too many things at this stage. She knew very well that there were things that surpassed wealth and power in this world. As her voice fell, Old Man Gu and the others also reacted, and their brows were filled with a strong sense of excitement. Yi Ming and Yang Hui, on the other hand, were confused. What cultivation? Yi Wen told them everything about Yi Chen's achievements in an extremely boastful manner. "Dad, you have no idea. My brother is very powerful now. Not only is he the #1 in China, but he's also the #1 in Southeast Asia. He killed his way into Korea alone some time ago." After hearing what she said, the room fell into a momentary dead silence, followed by a series of gasps. Old Man Gu, Lin Tai, Yang Tian, and the rest were fine. The ones who were the most shocked were none other than Yi Chen's parents, second uncle, and second aunt. Yi Hai was dumbfounded. He exclaimed on the spot, "Little Chin, is what Wen said true?" Wu Lan, Yi Ming, and Yang Hui, who were next to him, were in disbelief. Although Yi Chen had told them before that he possessed extraordinary helplessness, and they had accepted the truth after Yi Chen destroyed the Su family, they were still shocked. However, they did not expect Yi Chen to be so powerful. He killed his way into Korea alone and destroyed 2 wealthy families in Korea. He defeated Inshur, who was like a god in the eyes of the people of Korea, and killed hundreds of people from the cultivation world of Korea. Then he killed his way into Japan, destroyed the famous Yamaguchi Gumi, and killed the sword saint of Japan, Yaguaida, and the 4 demon gods of Japan. In their eyes, such power was not something that a human could do, but a god. Only a god could do all of this. However, this god was standing before them. "Dad, what Wen said is true." Yi Chen nodded lightly and said with a smile, "I kept it from you guys because I was afraid that you guys would worry about me. I hope you guys won't be mad. It would be weird if I wasn't mad." Wu Lan was still in shock. "Child, you did so many dangerous things behind our backs. Fortunately, you're fine. If anything happened to you, how would your dad and I live? Little Chin, is the power of humans really that great?" Yi Ming took a deep breath in and felt his ears buzz. "For example, the martial Dao master you mentioned earlier. One person is enough to destroy 1,000 troops, and he can even slash a plane with his sword." He had received scientific education since he was young, and he later became a civil servant. All he came into contact with were scientific concepts. However, Yi Chen's deeds had shattered his worldview and values. That's right. Yi Chen nodded and said, Second uncle, there are many cultivators in this world, such as ancient martial artists, spellmasters, and mutants. All of them develop the potential of their bodies and allow their strength to exceed human understanding. You can think of them as future warriors in movies. Yang Hui covered her mouth and said, So, you're also a future warrior? No. However, Yi Chen shook his head and said, Be it ancient martial artists, spellmasters, or mutants, they're still humans at most. No matter how they cultivate, they can't break the ultimate shackles of the human body. They can't escape the cycle of life and death. At this point, he changed the topic, and his eyes lit up. My path is different from theirs. I walk the path to heaven. The path to heaven? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Different? Could it be that Mr. Yi is neither an ancient martial artist nor a spellmaster, but a cultivation level that we've never come into contact with? Only old Master Gu's expression changed drastically. He felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. He had a feeling that what Yi Chen said might shock the world and completely overturn their understanding of cultivation. Chapter 708. He met everyone's gaze. Yi Chen took a deep breath in and said slowly, I told you earlier that no matter if it's ancient martial artists, spellmasters, or people with supernatural abilities, they develop the human body's potential. For example, ancient martial artists train their vital energy and blood, as well as their muscles, bones, and skin to strengthen themselves. It's an extremely long process. Meanwhile, ancient martial artists have very strict requirements for cultivators. They usually train from a young age because once a person reaches a certain age, their bones will be fixed and their vital energy and blood will start to be depleted. Even so, they still need a good internal cultivation method or a master's guidance. It's extremely difficult. Yi Chen spoke confidently. Therefore, many ancient martial artists can only step into the beginner stage their entire lives. If their family is well off and they have the help of medicinal herbs, they might be able to step into internal energy and illuminating pulse. Only those who are talented and have an inheritance can break through the acquired shackles and step into innate stage master. Mr. Yi is right. Old Master Gu nodded in agreement and said, while forcing a smile, The path of ancient martial arts is just too difficult. I've been cultivating my entire life, but I've only reached internal energy. Fortunately, I was fortunate to meet Mr. Yi, and that's how I stepped into innate stage master. He sighed softly as he spoke to this point. I have an old friend who is obsessed with martial arts. He spent his entire life on martial Tao, but he was still stuck at illuminating pulse when he died of old age. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, everyone felt as if a new door had been slowly opened. They also truly understood the cultivation system of ancient martial arts practitioners. Xiaochen, according to what you said, ancient martial arts have an age requirement, resources, a master, mental cultivation methods, and so on. Yi Hai shook his head and said, It seems like Mom and I aren't fated with this. Dad's right. Wu Lan shook her head too. Dad and I are in our 50s. Not only are we lacking in vital energy and blood, but our bodies aren't strong either. We're not meant for cultivation at all. Even Yi Ming and Yang Hui looked disappointed. Dad, don't panic. Yi Chen shook his head in between tears and laughter. Didn't I tell you earlier? The path I'm taking is different from ancient martial arts. My cultivation method isn't as complicated as ancient martial arts. What's the difference? This time, everyone looked at him with great interest. Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back and said confidently, Because I'm an immortal cultivator, the only immortal cultivator on Earth. Immortal cultivator? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Yi Chen knew that they did not understand, so he chuckled softly and said, The so-called immortal cultivation is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine one's body. It's to refine energy into qi, refine qi into spirit, refine spirit into void, and then achieve unity of heaven and man immortality. He then added, in fact, there have been people in China who have been pursuing the art of immortality since ancient times. These people are known as qi refinement cultivators. However, the art of outer alchemy and inner alchemy that they've been pursuing is still unrefined. They're somewhat similar to ancient chemists. This time it was old Master Gu's turn to be shocked. Mr. Yi, does that mean that the so-called immortal cultivators can truly cultivate to become immortals? You can say that. Yi Chen nodded and said while smiling, however, the path of cultivation is 100 times more difficult than ancient martial arts. To an ancient martial artist, a year or two might be long, but to an immortal cultivator, a year or two aside, even 10 to 20 years is just a blink of an eye. However, immortal ascension is especially easy. Along the way, it takes thousands and tens of thousands of years. After experiencing so many hardships, there is always the possibility of death at any time. Thousands of years! Everyone's mouths were wide open. According to their understanding, an ordinary person would be considered old if they could live to 100 years old. The average age of an ordinary person was 70 to 80 years old. Seemingly sensing their disbelief, Yi Chen said, "This is the benefit of being an immortal cultivator. It's normal for low-level immortal cultivators to live to over 100 years old. Meanwhile, for high-level immortal cultivators, it can be as short as a few hundred years, or as long as a few thousand years, or even as long as 10,000 years." Everyone looked at each other speechlessly, trying to digest the shock in their minds. After a while, a weak voice was heard. "Mr. Yi, are you saying that we can all become immortal cultivators like him?" The person who spoke was Gu Yingying, who had been silent all this while. As soon as she said that, everyone shifted their gaze to Yi Chen. They even held their breaths subconsciously. Yi Chen said calmly, "If you want to become an immortal cultivator, you need to have the aptitude to cultivate. To put it bluntly, it's the spiritual root, because only those with the spiritual root can sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the spiritual root is classified according to the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the mutated elements such as wind, thunder, and ice. In other words, the spiritual root contains one element or even many elements." Yi Chen began explaining to the people in detail. Among them, the spiritual root with a single element is called the heaven spiritual root. It has the best cultivation aptitude and the fastest cultivation speed. Meanwhile, the spiritual root with 2 elements is called the earth spiritual root. Those with more than 3 elements are called the mixed spiritual root. They have a weaker cultivation aptitude and a slower cultivation speed. Hearing his explanation, the people had a rough understanding of immortal cultivation. Gu Yingying could not help but ask, "Mr. Yi, do I have a spiritual root?" She sounded a little nervous when she spoke. "Yes." Yi Chen sensed and said, while smiling calmly, "You have a metal and water dual spiritual root. Your aptitude isn't bad. It's suitable for you to cultivate metal and fire cultivation methods." Gu Yingying was thrilled. "That's great." Yi Wen looked at him in anticipation. "What about me, brother?" Yi Chen said, "You have a wood, earth, and water dual spiritual root. Your aptitude is slightly weaker." Yi Wen was not disappointed when she heard that. Perhaps to her, she would be happy even if she had the worst cultivation aptitude, like a pentas spiritual root, let alone a triple spiritual root. At that moment, even Yi Hai could not help but ask, "Shaochen, what kind of spiritual root do we have?" Old Master Gu, Yiming, and the rest looked at him. Yi Chen's expression turned grim as he said with a soft sigh, "Dad, Mom, second uncle, second aunt, and old Master Gu. Among all of you, only Shaokuan has the aptitude for immortal cultivation. Moreover, he has a quadruple spiritual root." He had checked his parents' and second uncle's aptitude. Unfortunately, the 2 brothers did not have the aptitude for immortal cultivation. He had no idea why they had it in his and Yi Wen's generation. That was the only thing that disappointed him. Yi Ming and the rest could not help but be disappointed when they heard that. They shook their heads and said, "It seems like we can't step onto the path of immortal cultivation." On the other hand, Yi Hai was more optimistic. "It's all right. As long as Xiaoqin, Wenwen, and the rest can do it, it's fine. We're old. Even if we have a spiritual root, we won't achieve much." "Dad, second uncle, you don't have to be so pessimistic," Yi Chen said slowly. "Although a spiritual root is something you're born with, it doesn't mean that it can't be created later on. It's just more troublesome. Coincidentally, I wanted to talk to you guys about this." Chapter 709. This time, everyone was in disbelief. What? A spiritual root can be created after birth? Theoretically, yes. Yi Chen frowned slightly and said slowly, "To others, having a spiritual root doesn't matter. However, I obtained a pill formula in my early years. It's called the Qi Mending Pill. The Qi Mending Pill happens to allow mortals without a spiritual root to possess a spiritual root." Whoosh! Everyone was in an uproar. Even Yi Hai, Yi Ming, and the rest could not help but become excited. Although they could accept the fact that they did not have a spiritual root, how could they not want to have one? After all, they already knew that it was not a problem for cultivators to live to 100 years old. How could they be willing to wait until they were separated from Yi Qin after 100 years? Compared to everyone's excitement, Yi Qin was extremely calm. Seeing his expression, old Master Gu seemed to have guessed something. He could not help but ask, "Mr. Yi, if I'm not mistaken, the Qi Mending Pill that you mentioned is probably not easy to refine, right?" His words immediately woke everyone up. That was right. Such a heaven-defying pill, especially one that was so easy to refine, would be able to embark on the path of cultivation. Yi Chen said softly as he met everyone's gaze, "Old Master, you're right. It's not easy to obtain the Qi Mending Pill. The main reason is that refining the Qi Mending Pill requires a spiritual herb called the Earth Immortal Fruit. It's too difficult to find. Even I've never obtained it before." Yi Ming felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. In other words, this hope is too slim, and it's almost impossible. The others also looked resentful. "It's not too slim." Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and eventually revealed his true purpose. "I've received news recently that there's an Earth Immortal Fruit somewhere. I plan to go there to look for it." "Where is it? Is it dangerous?" Wu Lan asked worriedly. "Xiaoqin, if it's dangerous, don't go." "The ghost ship," Yi Chen said softly and said slowly, "Only by stepping onto the ghost ship can it bring me to where the Earth Immortal Fruit grows." Ghost ship? Everyone could not help but look at each other. On the other hand, old Master Gu's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "Could it be the ghost ship that only appears once every 20 years? His face was filled with shock. It was obvious that he knew something. Yi Hai asked, "Master Gu, what's a ghost ship?" Even Gu Yingying asked in confusion, "That's right, Grandpa. It's my first time hearing about a ghost ship since I've grown up." Old Master Gu took a good look at Yi Qin. He suppressed the shock inside of him and said, "A ghost ship will appear on the Wu River every 20 years. No one knows where this ghost ship comes from or where it goes. However, it's said that the end of the ghost ship can reach the netherworld. The dead can be resurrected on the ghost ship." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Old Man Gu continued, "Every time the ghost ship appears, many people will board it. However, after so many years, none of the people who boarded the ghost ship ever returned. They all said that they died on the ghost ship or were left on the ghost ship forever." "That won't do." Wu Lan objected without even thinking. "Xiaoqin, Mom won't allow you to go." Old Master Gu also said in a deep voice, "That's right, Mr. Yi. The ghost ship is too strange. Too many powerhouses have been buried there. I think it's better not to go." Yi Hai rejected with a dark expression. "That's right, we can't go no matter what." If anything happens, who will Mom and I rely on for the rest of our lives? What about Yuhan and Meng Meng? Dad, Mom, there's no need to persuade me. However, Yi Qin shook his head firmly and said, I've already decided. I must go to the ghost ship this time. You guys don't have a spiritual root. I don't want to see you guys die with me in 100 years. Moreover, the ghost ship only appears once every 20 years. If I miss it this time, I'll have to wait for another 20 years. At this point, he took a deep breath in and said, Don't worry. With my current strength, no one can threaten me. I know how to protect myself. Moreover, the ghost ship might not be as terrifying as you think. Su Yuhan, who was standing aside, lowered her head and remained silent. She finally understood why Yi Chen had gathered everyone together in such a serious manner today. After going around in circles, his goal was to board the ghost ship. I'm not worried about myself. The only thing I'm worried about is you guys. Before I leave, I'll set up some traps, Yi Chen said without any hesitation. Subsequently, he said to Yi Wen, Gu Yingying, and Gu Xiaoquan, Come to my side. When the three of them approached, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the space between their eyebrows. He used his divine sense to transmit a suitable cultivation method to them and warned, The memories in your mind are related to your own life and death. Do not reveal a single word to anyone. Remember, remember. At the back of the mountain in the northeast forest, a figure slowly stood on the back of the mountain, his eyes sizing up the fluctuations in the back of the mountain. He could vaguely sense that there was an aura growing stronger inside. It was like a spring thunder that was waiting for the moment to explode. Yi Chen secretly sent a voice transmission to the Patriarch of Hell. Fellow Zhuang, I'm going on a long journey. Please take care of my family. The Patriarch of Hell, who was in closed-door cultivation in search of a breakthrough, woke up from his meditation. He said in a deep voice immediately when he sensed the seriousness in Yi Chen's words, Fellow Yi, don't worry. As long as the Patriarch is here, your family will be here. All right. Yi Chen turned around and disappeared. Although he had not only set up a peerless killing formation in the Yi residence villa, but he had also increased Yang Tian and Lin Tai's strength rapidly in just a few days. However, to be safe, he still came all the way to inform the Patriarch of Hell. The Patriarch of Hell was about to break through to foundation building. With his strength and methods, no one below the Emperor stage could hurt him. A few days later, on a certain night, it was winter on the Wu River, a tributary of the Yangtze River. At night, the temperature suddenly dropped. The fisherman Li Laosi stood on the fishing boat in a cotton jacket, continuously collecting the fish that had been placed in the river. What a big eel, and it's a red eel. A red eel that was nearly 1 meter long was swaying on the fishing net. Li Laosi reacted quickly and poured the eel into the bucket that he had already prepared. Looking at the crab and octopus in the bucket, Li Laosi revealed a satisfied smile. There's at least 5 catties. I can sell them for at least 200 yuan at the seafood market. Hee, together with the money I saved up before, it's enough for my living expenses in college. In the past, he would have gone back by this time. However, his wife, who used to work in the glass factory, had injured her leg some time ago and could only lie at home to recuperate. As time passed, the family gradually could not make ends meet, so he had no choice but to take the risk to go fishing. It's time to go back. It's so cold tonight. Li Laosi took out a bottle of white wine and drank 2 mouthfuls. He let out a breath and turned around to sail the boat. However, the moment he turned around, his eyes instantly widened, and his throat let out strange whimpering sounds due to excessive fear. Chapter 710. At this moment, Li Laosi's entire body was trembling. His eyes were fixed on the distant river surface, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. The previously calm and tranquil surface of the river was now covered in fog. It was night, and there was only 1 fish lantern illuminating the area, but the white fog above the river surface was dazzling. It began to gather in clusters, as if there were demons gathering above. A ship suddenly appeared out of thin air. It broke through the white fog, soundless and traceless. It was a jet-black boat. It was not a fishing boat. It was somewhat similar to the ancient merchant ships responsible for escorting grain and fodder on the canal. At this moment, the boat was brightly lit. 2 pale lanterns hung on the mast. They swayed with the boat as it moved forward, looking like a pair of eyes. All the doors on the boat were wide open. The windows inside were snow white, the white candles were burning. The carved beams and painted rafters, the brothel, and the painted pleasure boat. The strangest thing was that a burst of decadent sounds came from the boat. It was like the sound of a pipa, messy and noisy. However, there was not a single person on the boat. The water in the distance was slowly turning red, as if a thick blood was invading this side, accompanied by a pungent smell of blood. Ah! Lilausi made a sound deep in his throat and fell on the deck. He was scared silly. He wanted to stand up and run, but he found that he had no strength at all. He could only watch the strange boat get closer and closer. He, Lilausi, grew up eating the food of hundreds of families. When he was a child, he couldn't stand being hungry. He had piled coffins for the dead and slept on graves. He thought that he was extremely bold. However, at this moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. The scene in front of him was really too terrifying. It was a strange ancient ship that had no one controlling it, and it was going against the current. Seeing that the strange boat was getting closer and closer to him, Lilausi did not know where the courage came from. He shouted loudly and drove his fishing boat to the shore. Perhaps he was too frightened. His whole body immediately fell into the water. The winter temperature was already more than 20 degrees below zero. As soon as Lilausi, who was good at swimming, fell into the water, he shivered and wanted to swim up to the fishing boat. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling hand under his feet, pulling his feet down. Lilausi flopped a few times before his entire body was submerged in the river. At the place where he disappeared, there was a thick mass of blood that slowly dispersed. That night, the entire Hua nation and even the entire world was shaken. The ghost ship that appeared once every 20 years had appeared once again. For a time, countless forces rushed toward the Wu River. Not only the Chinese powerhouses, but many powerhouses from the west also moved. Within Kunlun, an expert stood at the peak of the mountain and looked down at his feet. He stood against the wind and said, "The ghost ship has appeared once again. This time, my Shao clan must obtain the item from back then. Dragon Soul Headquarters in China." Niu Qingshan's face was ashen. So they still came after all? But this time, I wonder how many people will die. Jiang Yuheng, why did you board the ghost ship back then? What did you discover? Above the boundless sea, a white-haired young man ran on the water. His eyes were as gentle as water. Qianhan is here. It's been 20 years. You must miss Qianhan a lot. At the peak of Kunlun, a blurry old figure stood with a sword in hand and muttered, I don't have much time left. After I die, the hopes of the Chinese cultivation world will be placed on you. Ha ha ha, the longevity sword will sever longevity. What *T longevity? In my opinion, the so-called longevity is nothing more than seeking to do whatever I want. The sword in my hand is longevity. That night, Yi Qin was discussing something with Yang Tian and Lin Tai when his phone rang. It was Luo Shueyao calling. Yi Qin, the ghost ship has appeared. Come and meet us in Insignia Province. Sure, send me the exact rendezvous point. Yi Qin's expression froze. He looked at Yang Tian and Lin Tai after hanging up the phone. I've already given you the common cultivation method for the members of the Star Pavilion. After I leave, Lin Tai will be in charge of the situation. Yang Tian will assist you. At the Yi family villa, Yi Hai, Wulan, Su Yuhan, and the rest had already fallen asleep. Yi Qin opened the door quietly. He looked at Su Yuhan and his daughter, who were breathing evenly and forcefully. His expression was complicated. Yuhan, please forgive me for leaving again. I hope you can understand that everything I'm doing is for our family." A few seconds later, he turned around and left resolutely. What he did not know was that the moment he closed the door, Suyuhan, who was initially asleep, opened her eyes slowly. A stream of tears flowed down slowly and hit the pillow. "Silly girl, go ahead. I'll take care of everything at home. I'll take good care of Meng Meng and our second baby." She stroked her abdomen gently. 2 hours later, Wujiang Town, He County, Insignia Province. In a local guest house, Luo Shuiyao paced around the room anxiously. She looked at the time from time to time and could not help but say, "It's been so long. Why isn't Yi Qin here yet?" Tong Shuhui frowned and said, "The ghost ship will return after midnight. There's less than half an hour before midnight. If he still doesn't come, he'll miss it. I heard that Shang Santian is furious because Yi killed Duan Tianlang and the rest. They're planning to deal with Yi. Could it be that Yi doesn't dare to come?" Xiang Heng could not help but sneer. "Shut up!" Xiang then snorted coldly. He then secretly exchanged glances with Luo Tianya, Tang Yiming, and the rest. It could be said that they had been shocked for the past few days. It was because the longevity swordsman who had disappeared for a long time had appeared. Not only did he kill the people sent by the Duan, Lin, and Du families to deal with Yi Qin, he even guarded Kunlun, causing the powerhouses of Shang Santian to not dare to enter the world. With such a powerhouse protecting China, it would not be easy for Shang Santian to deal with Yi Qin. Tang Yiming said in a deep voice, "Yao Yao, call him again." Just when Luo Shuiyao took out her phone and was about to call, a commotion suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Subsequently, a thin figure walked in slowly. Luo Shuiyao went up to him immediately. "Yi Qin, you're finally here." "I'm sorry I'm late." Yi Qin smiled lightly. After glancing at everyone, he said suspiciously, "Where are the people from the Shao family and the Bai family?" "Luo," Tinya said, "they're not in the same boat as us. However, they must have arrived at the Wu River by now. You're the only one we're missing. Let's go." The group left the courtyard after packing up and headed straight to the Wu River. Yi Qin asked along the way, "When did the ghost ship appear?" 2 hours ago. Luo Shuiyao explained. It said that the first person to discover the ghost ship was a fisherman. However, that fisherman mysteriously disappeared. Yi Qin secretly frowned when he heard that. Mysteriously disappeared? P.S. Chapter 4. Today's update is over. Thank you for your support. Please give me your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 711. They sped all the way. More than 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the Wu River. It was already late at night, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. There was not a single starlight in the sky. However, the Wu River was filled with countless people. As far as the eye could see, the sky and earth were filled with people. Even Yi Qin could not help but frown. Why are there so many people? You don't know, do you? Luo Shuiyao smiled snappily. Even Shang Santian covets the ghost ship, let alone others. Therefore, every time the ghost ship appears, the entire world will be shaken, and countless people will head straight for the ghost ship. Yi Qin asked, "Didn't you say that you can't board the ship without the Netherworld token?" Just as Luo Shuiyao was about to speak, Xiang Heng immediately pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Look, it's the ghost ship!" Everyone immediately looked in the direction he was pointing at and saw an ancient and enormous merchant ship standing on the surface of the river. The ancient ship was surrounded by thick black energy, like iron chains condensed from black energy. The ship was very large, about 200 square meters in size. 2 lanterns hung on the mast, and the light emitted by the lanterns was so white that it was slightly green. The ship was brightly lit, and the doors and windows were wide open. What greeted their eyes were carved beams and painted rafts, brothels, and pleasure boats. Ingots of gold were piled up like mountains, and they were so bright that they were dazzling. It was as luxurious as an ancient emperor riding a dragon boat to Jiangnan Gold. There's a lot of gold on the ship. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Don't fight me for it. Someone stared fixedly at the golden mountain on the ship, his eyes filled with greed. Without even thinking, he jumped from the shore into the river, stepping on the waves and rushing towards the ghost ship. It was a martial Dao master. After him, several other figures also rushed towards the ghost ship, afraid that they would be a step behind and let others beat them to it. Greed was a human's innate nature. The person at the front finally approached the ghost ship. He could no longer hide the excitement on his face. He stomped his feet and leaped up, as if he wanted to jump onto the bow of the ship. However, at that moment, the smile on that person's face froze. His eyes bulged as if he had seen something terrifying. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream, and all the flesh and blood on his body exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and in the blink of an eye he had turned into a ghastly white skeleton. The white skeleton suddenly fell into the river. A martial Dao grandmaster died on the spot. Hua! The people on the shore were in an uproar. No one had clearly seen how that person had died. This scene had really happened too suddenly and strangely. Seeing the man's death, the people behind him were also shocked and stopped in their tracks. Obviously, they were frightened by the man's tragic state. Pretending to be mysterious? This old man doesn't believe it. One of the old men's expressions changed several times. Then he sneered and advanced instead of retreating. He increased his speed and leaped toward the ghost ship. This person's strength was much stronger than the previous one. Just as he was about to land on the bow of the ship, a ghastly white bone hand attacked him from behind. The skeletal hand suddenly pierced through his body. The old man's body turned into a skeleton in an instant, and the culprit who killed him was the skeleton that had fallen into the river in the first place. Another martial Dao grandmaster had died. The people on the shore were completely silent, and the few people who were closest to the ghost ship ran toward the shore with pale faces. Even though they knew that the ghost ship was extremely dangerous, many people did not expect that 2 people would die in a row in just a few breaths of time. Gold might be good, but one had to be alive to take it. On a small hill, Xiao Yuanjing witnessed everything with his own eyes. His expression was cold. "You're courting death." At this moment, a young man beside him pointed opposite him and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Xiao, they're here." Xiao Yuanjing looked in the direction he was pointing at and saw Luo Shuiyao, Yi Chen, and the rest immediately. Xiao Yuanjing's gaze paused on Yi Chen for a few seconds before he said with a cold grin, "I can't do anything to you in China. I'll kill you when we get on the ghost ship." At the same time, Yi Chen seemed to have sensed something and looked over. He happened to meet Xiao Yuanjing's gaze. Both of them stopped at the right time. Even so, there was a faint clash of killing intent between them. Luo Shuiyao and the rest followed his gaze and noticed their group. "I told you, these guys have been here for a long time." Apart from Bai Xiaoyu and the rest, there were a few unfamiliar faces beside Xiao Yuanjing. They must have been sent by the other ancient clans. "Look!" At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone realized that the body of the ghost ship was actually flickering with red light. The red light was the blood that sprayed onto the ship when the 2 people died. However, the blood was boiling rapidly at that moment and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had been absorbed by the ship. "This ship is sucking human blood." "Ghost ship, this really is a ghost ship. The power of the curse, this is a ship that has been cursed." Countless people's expressions changed. Even martial Dao masters could not resist the power of the curse and board the ship. From this, one could see how terrifying the ship was. The power of the curse. Yi Chen secretly frowned when he saw that too. "Mr. Yi?" A bewildered and uncertain voice sounded. Yi Chen lifted his head and looked over. He saw an old man in a Taoist robe walking over quickly with 3 people following behind him. He said in surprise, "Why are you here?" The person who came was Yuan Chitai of the Banshan sect, one of the 4 tomb raiding sects that he had met when he went to Shenangjia to look for the geographical vein. "Mr. Yi, it's really you," Yuan Chitai said excitedly. "I thought you weren't coming." Before this, he had taken the initiative to invite Yi Chen to board the ghost ship with him. However, Yi Chen rejected him back then, so he was disappointed. He only noticed Luo Shueyao and the rest next to Yi Chen at the end of a sentence. He asked tentatively, "Oh yeah, Mr. Yi, who are these people?" Yi Chen smiled lightly. "A few friends." Yuan Chitai hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to ask something, he suddenly realized that Xiang Heng was looking at him coldly. His eyes were filled with endless might and disdain. Martial Venerable. He's actually a Martial Venerable. A storm surged in his heart. He said a few more words to Yi Chen before leading his men away. An old woman behind Yuan Chitai sneered and said, "This Mr. Yi and his friends are really arrogant. They actually ignored us." That's right. We, the 4 tomb raiding sects, were once glorious. I didn't expect to be looked down on like this. Another man in a bamboo hat was furious. "Be careful with your words." Yuan Chitai's expression changed. He looked around before saying, "Do you know that the people beside Mr. Yi are all Martial Venerables?" "What? Martial Venerables? Doesn't that mean Mr. Yi?" The 3 of them were shocked. Yuan Chitai let out a long sigh. "The last time we saw Mr. Yi, he was already at the peak of the master stage. I didn't expect him to step into the Martial Venerable stage in just half a month. He's truly a monster." "That might not be the case." The old woman from before chuckled. "The people beside him are Martial Venerables, but that doesn't mean that he's also a Martial Venerable. What if he came with those Martial Venerables?" Chapter 712. To Yuan Chitai and the other 3, Luo Shueyao and the rest did not ask further. They just treated it as a small interlude because they could tell at a glance that the former's cultivation base was not worthy of their attention. Yi Chen asked, "When are we boarding the ship?" "Wait." Tang Yiming squinted and said, "There are too many people now. If we charge forward, we'll only attract hatred. We'll have to wait until everyone's here and let them exhaust themselves." Although they were all from Shang Santian and their battle prowess crushed the secular world, there were too many people before them. If they were jealous of the netherworld token in their hands and swarmed them, they would not be able to handle it. Moreover, China was vast and full of talents. No one could guarantee that there were no hidden old monsters among them. After all, wasn't Yi Chen a genius who stood out in the secular world? As they were talking, a commotion came from afar. Subsequently, an old monk in linen clothes crossed the river on a reed. The old monk held prayer beads in his hand, and his face was extremely old. Crossing the river on a reed, "It's Master Yijin from the mosque." "What? I didn't expect him to come too." Waves of exclamations came from the crowd. They were clearly shocked by the old monk's identity. Some people even quickly went to welcome the old monk. Amitabha. The old monk walked over on the waves, his body emitting an extreme aura of death. He looked at the ghost ship in the distance and said with compassion, "The great calamity that happens once every 20 years has descended again. This time, I'm only here to solve the mystery of the ghost ship. Master Yijin, your time is up. Why do you have to risk your life?" "That's right, Master. As an eminent monk in the north, you represent the faith of the monks in the north. If anything happens to you, what will happen to the Buddhism in the north?" The old monk's expression remained the same in the face of everyone's persuasion. He said calmly, "Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva once made a great vow. He swore not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. Although I'm not as good as Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, I'm willing to give up my body." Right at this moment, a figure flew over from afar. It was an old man in a green Taoist robe with a horsetail whisk in his hand. "It's old Celestial Master Zhang, Wuming from Mount Longhu." The old Celestial Master's senior brother disappeared on the ghost ship 20 years ago. The old Celestial Master has always been brooding over this. I didn't expect that he would still be unwilling to miss this opportunity. In just a few minutes, veteran powerhouses arrived one after another, and most of them were from the older generation of the Chinese cultivation world. As a cold voice rang out, a black figure surged over from the distance like a dark cloud. When the dark cloud fell, it was actually a golden-haired, green-eyed old man with a pale complexion and wearing a black cloak. The old man sized up the crowd, licked his lips, and smiled evilly. "TSK Tisk, tonight is really exciting. How can I, Bruce, miss it? Blood Tribe." Someone's expression changed as he recognized the person on the spot. It's actually a vampire from the West. Judging from his appearance, he must be at the Marquis level. The Western blood race's hierarchy was Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Male. Although it wasn't as complicated as the Eastern one, it was still extremely ancient. Every level represented a hierarchy. A blood kindred of the Marquis rank was equivalent to a martial venerable. The old celestial master of Mount Longhu, Zhang Wuming, flung his horsetail whisk and snorted. "How dare the blood clan of the West step into China? Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you here?" Bruce sneered. "Old man, are you trying to outnumber me?" At the next moment, more than 10 figures with powerful auras rushed over from the night sky and landed beside Bruce in the blink of an eye. They were all Western powerhouses. "That's the Fire Emperor. The Titan is here too. And the Thunder Emperor from the United States." At that moment, countless Chinese cultivators were shocked. They did not expect that the West had also been paying attention to the ghost ship. Moreover, many world-level giants had come this time. Although there were not many of them, their combat power was extremely terrifying. A blonde woman slowly walked out from behind Bruce. The woman looked at everyone with a seductive gaze. "Everyone, we're all here for the ghost ship. Why don't we put aside our grudges first? It's you Luosha from ancient Egypt." Before everyone could be shocked, another handsome man with a dignified expression stood out. "That's right. The ghost ship is about to return. If we fight now, we won't be able to determine the victor in a short period of time." As this person spoke, his eyes faintly flashed with lightning. "It's the Lightning Emperor, Thor." No matter how much the old celestial master of Mount Longhu disliked Bruce and the others, his expression changed at this moment. The other party had sent so many world-class powerhouses at once, and every single one of them was no weaker than him. "Fellow Zhang." An old Chinese man with a long sword in his hand stood against the wind and said slowly, "The ghost ship is extremely dangerous and strange. How can these Western barbarians get involved so easily? We'll ignore them for now." At this point, his turbid eyes looked around and he suddenly shouted, "Everyone from Shang Santian, it's time for you guys to come out. The ghost ship is about to return. It's time for you guys to take out the Netherworld token." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire shore of the Wu River fell silent. The entire shore of the Wu River immediately fell silent. Countless gazes looked around. Clearly, they were looking for the person from Shang Santian that the old man with the sword had mentioned. "Humph. Do you think a bunch of useless people like you are worthy of ordering us around?" A cold snort was heard slowly. Under everyone's gaze, a few figures landed on the shore in the blink of an eye. The person in the lead was a gentle-looking young man. It was Xiao Yuanjing and the rest. A martial Dao master flew into a rage because of his status. He looked at Bai Xiaoyu, who had spoken earlier with killing intent. "What did you say? How dare you call us useless people?" Bai Xiaoyu glanced at him with extreme disdain. "Kill him!" A figure suddenly shot out from behind him. Before the person who spoke could even react, he was crushed into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. It was extremely straightforward. The scene was dead silent. Bai Xiaoyu said with a fake smile, "Who else is unconvinced?" No one dared to speak, because even though they were killing, they realized that the strength of these young men who had suddenly appeared was beyond their imagination. Even the sword-wielding old man was no exception. Let's go out too. We don't have to watch some people act cool. Luo Shueyao smirked coldly and led the crowd over. Rumble! Right at this moment, the sound of surging waves suddenly came from the upper reaches of the river. Following that, a white-haired young man stepped proudly on the surface of the sea with his hands behind his back. The young man was dressed in white, and a 3-meter-wide wave appeared beneath his feet. The wave carried him forward at an incomparably fast speed. When he saw the person who had arrived, Xiao Yuanjing, whose expression was originally calm, could not help but turn extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Shi Qianhan. Even the expressions of Bai Xiaoyu, Luo Tianya, and the rest froze. It was because the person who had come was Shi Qianhan of the demonic Tao. He was a peerless genius who had a notorious reputation but was deeply in love. This person had risen from a humble background. Back then, when his name shook Shang Santian, even Luo Tianya, Xiao Yuanjing, and the rest had not been born yet. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. You're finally here. P.S. In order to pave the way for an incomparably hot-blooded climax, I'm a little stuck. I'll temporarily update 2 chapters today. Let me sort out my thoughts and make up for it later. I hope everyone can understand. I'm updating every day. You guys can finish reading it in a few minutes. I'll have to write for a long time, and it depends on my condition. After all, the author is still human. Chapter 713. Who is this person? He's actually reached the level of perfection like water? Judging from his aura, he must be a giant. We can't afford to provoke such a person. Even though Shi Qianhan did not emit any aura, it still made many people feel fearful. For a moment, countless gazes were fixed on Shi Qianhan. Shi Qianhan's expression was cold. After he landed on the shore, many people subconsciously took a few steps back, not daring to approach him. Luo Shueyao said without surprise, "This guy really came." Lu Yunfeng, who was beside her, frowned. "Didn't I hear that he was severely injured by the Shao clan's martial emperor? Why doesn't he look injured at all?" Xiang Nan and the rest could not help but reveal solemn expressions when they heard that. Even Luo Tianya and Tang Yiming were no exception. Emperor stage. It was their lifelong pursuit. Even though they were all on the martial venerable leaderboard, they knew very well that there was a huge difference between a martial venerable and an emperor stage cultivator. Since Shi Qianhan was able to escape death from an emperor stage cultivator, it showed how terrifying his strength was. He seems to have become stronger again. Luo Tianya's gaze was solemn, and his body faintly emitted a strong battle intent. Tang Yiming chuckled and said, "Lunatic Luo, do you want to challenge him? There will be a battle between him and me sooner or later." Luo Tianya did not deny it. Instead, he openly admitted it, and the battle intent on his body grew stronger. Tang Yiming and the rest muttered to themselves, "He's indeed a lunatic." Shi Qianhan suddenly looked over as if he had sensed the battle intent on Luo Tianya. However, his cold expression eased up when he noticed Yi Qin. He even nodded slightly at Yi Qin. Luo Shueyao asked immediately, "Yi Qin, do you know this guy?" As soon as she said that, the rest, including Luo Tianya, looked at Yi Qin subconsciously because they had noticed Shi Qianhan's actions. Yi Qin smiled lightly. "We've met twice. I advise you to stay away from this guy." Xiang Nan could not help but advise. This guy killed many people in Shang Sentian back then. A few days ago, he even barged into the Shao clan alone and forced the Shao clan's martial emperor to break out of closed-door cultivation. It can be said that his enemies are all over the world. Yi Chen smiled lightly, but he did not mind. Shi Qianhan had enemies all over the world, and so did Yi Qin. At the same time, in the distance, Xiao Yuanjing and the rest also noticed Shi Qianhan's actions. Bai Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Yuanjing, Shi Qianhan seems to know Yi. Will he ruin our plan?" Xiao Yuanjing's eyes flickered a few times when he heard that. He then sneered and said, "That's a good thing. Imagine if the people of Shang Santian find out that Shi Qianhan is very close to Yi. You will die even faster. Just as everyone was having different thoughts, Shi Qianhan slowly walked out from the crowd and said slowly, "Everyone, when the ghost ship returns, it's time to combine the 8 tokens." After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand, and a ghostly light shot towards the ghost ship in the distance. The ghostly light hovered above the ghost ship, and surprisingly, it was a netherworld token. At the next moment, Yi Chen and the rest walked over with Xiao Yuanjing and the rest. 7 rays of ghostly light shot towards the ghost ship consecutively, turning into 7 netherworld tokens that fused with Shi Qianhan's. Boom! The ghost ship that was initially still suddenly shook violently, as if a peerless, ferocious beast had awakened from its slumber. It caused the surrounding river water to boil, and countless waves were stirred up. It was as if the entire Wu River was about to be overturned. Under such power, everyone could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Someone cried out in surprise, "Look, what's that?" The 8 netherworld tokens above the ghost ship actually turned into 8 twisted ancient characters. It was Netherworld's order. The netherworld can be crossed. The 8 words emitted a cold and ancient aura. Netherworld? Could it be that this ghost ship really leads to the netherworld? Is there really a netherworld in this world? Someone muttered to himself. Before the crowd could react, they saw 8 rays of ghostly light suddenly shoot out from the ghost ship. The rays of light turned into 8 iron chain bridges. They were actually iron chain bridges condensed from countless black energy. One end of the 8 iron chain bridges was connected to the bow of the ship, and the other end extended to the empty space on the shore. They were arranged in the order of the 8 trigrams: Qian, Zhen, Ken, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, Li, and Dui. Endless black energy was emitting from them. Obviously, this was the bridge of guidance released by the ghost ship after the netherworld token was activated. "Let's go!" Xiao Yuanjing shouted and took the lead to rush to an iron chain bridge at the Qian position. Behind him were the people from the Xiao clan. Bai Xiaoyu led the people from the Bai clan and the other ancient clans onto the iron chain bridge without hesitation. "Let's follow too." Luo Tianya was unwilling to fall behind. He led the people from the Luo clan and the Xiang clan to the Kuan position. Tang Shuhui landed on the Kim position, while Tang Yiming led the people from the Tang clan and the Lu clan to the Sun position. This series of actions was completed in the blink of an eye. In an instant, 6 of the 8 iron chain bridges were occupied, leaving only the 2 iron chain bridges at the Zhen and Dui positions. When they came to their senses, their eyes immediately turned red. "Charge!" Seize the remaining 2 iron chain bridges. By now, they understood that forcefully boarding the ship would only cause them to suffer the backlash of the ghost ship's curse. Only the iron chain bridge in front of them would be fine. In an instant, the black mass of people rushed towards the remaining 2 iron chain bridges. Many people were afraid of falling behind, so they started fighting. From time to time, screams could be heard. Seeing that someone was about to touch the iron chain bridge at the DY position, Shi Qianhan snorted coldly, "You're courting death!" A sword gleam flashed. That person's body was split into 2 on the spot. Shi Qianhan leaped and landed on the iron chain bridge at the DY position. He held his sword in one hand and looked at the crowd below coldly. "Those who cross this bridge will die!" The ghost ship was dangerous to begin with. If more people boarded it, it would increase the danger. After all, there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. There was no guarantee that someone would attack you after you boarded the ship. Therefore, the safest way was to reduce the number of people boarding the ship. Seeing that the martial Dao master was killed by Shi Qianhan with a single strike, the expressions of many powerhouses at the front changed. They seemed to be afraid, but it was soon covered by a ferocious expression as they continued to charge forward. "Let's go too." Among the Western powerhouses, Marquis Bruce of the Blood clan smiled sinisterly and led everyone to the iron chain bridge at the Zhen position that had yet to be occupied. Behind him were Fire Emperor, Titan, and the rest. However, just as they were about to approach the Zhen position, someone was faster than them and leaped over first. At the next moment, an extremely indifferent voice slowly sounded, "Westerners and dogs are not allowed on the bridge. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." When Fire Emperor and Titan behind Bruce saw the face of the person who spoke, they could not help but blurt out subconsciously, "Mad Southernie, it's you!" Chapter 714. There were too many people earlier. Fire Emperor and Titan did not notice Yi Chen at first. However, their eyes turned red when they realized that Yi Chen was blocking the bridge. They would never forget that Yi Chen killed the Japanese sword saint, Yagyu Ida, and the rest right before their eyes when they were in Japan. He even severely injured them. Mad Southernie? Bruce and the rest in the crowd could not help but look at Yi Chen after hearing what the two of them said. Lightning flashed through Thunder Emperor Thor's eyes. "Is this the Southeast Asian #1 who injured the two of you earlier?" Fire Emperor and Titan were speechless. They felt a burning sensation on their faces, and the killing intent they had toward Yi Chen was getting stronger. "Southeast Asia #1 my ass." An Indian powerhouse in the crowd with poison spots all over his body smirked coldly. "I don't care what #1 you are. We're going over today. If you know what's good for you, move aside or die." "It's the Heaven Poison King of India, Shroff." A cry of surprise came from the crowd. The Heaven Poison King of India, Shroff, was from India. He grew up eating poison since he was young. In the beginning, it was poisonous insects and scorpions. In the end, even arsenic and mercury could not harm his body at all. Rumor had it that he had been cast a witchcraft spell by an Indian shaman. He could derive the ability of any poison he ate. The poison in his body was extremely poisonous. This person once dripped 2 drops of blood into a river and poisoned tens of thousands of people to death. At the same time, the other people on the Iron Chain Bridge also noticed the scene. Bai Xiaoyu sneered and said, "There's going to be a good show. Even if Yi doesn't die, he'll be exhausted." Luo Shueyao said subconsciously, "Should we go over and help?" "Don't go," Luo Tianya said in a deep voice. "How can those pieces of trash be a match for your friend? Moreover, once you go over now, you'll become the target of everyone." In reality, there was something else he did not say. If Yi Chen could not even defend his Iron Chain Bridge, he would be too disappointed. Sure, Chen Han saw that too, but he did not say anything because he knew Yi Chen could handle everything. Seeing that Yi Chen was silent, the Heaven Poison King took a step forward and threatened, "Brat, I'll say it again. Move." However, Yi Chen acted like he did not hear him. "Die." The Sky Poison King Shilov was furious. He leaped toward Yi Chen. At the same time, a fist wrapped in poisonous true energy smashed toward Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen moved. He did not do anything else, and he slapped with his palm as soon as he lifted his arm. The moment the palm was unleashed, it slammed directly towards the Heaven Poison King of India. The palm print seemed to have the power to distort the space around it, as though it was about to shatter the space around it. "You dare to fight me head-on? You're courting death." The Heaven Poison King Shilov sneered again and again. His fists did not slow down at all. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and the place where they collided shook violently. To Shroff's shock, his punch could not corrode Yi Chen's palm print at all. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's palm only trembled slightly before it slapped at his head. Not good. Shilov's heart trembled. He could not care about anything else and immediately roared. His body began to expand, and his clothes were torn apart. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, thick scales grew on his body, and in the blink of an eye he had turned into a monster. "I don't believe you can break through my scales." Shilov's face was filled with disdain. However, in the next moment he felt a sharp pain. The skin and flesh on his body exploded under the tremendous force, and he instantly turned into a bloody mist. India's Heaven Poison King was dead. After the entire world fell into a deathly silence for a moment, The sound of people sucking in cold breaths rang out. India's Heaven Poison King, a world-class giant. Yet he was killed by Yi Chen with a single slap? As expected of the East Asia #1. Some of them looked aghast and bitter. With this person around, how could they board the ship? On the other hand, the expressions of Bruce and the rest, who had witnessed everything with their own eyes, changed. They immediately shouted, "Attack together and kill him!" Kill! At this moment, Fire Emperor, Titan, Thunder Emperor, Ancient Egypt's Luosha, and the other world-class giants attacked together. Terrifying auras shook heaven and earth, as if they were going to forcefully destroy the ghost ship. At this moment, the 5 of them unleashed their auras. 5 shocking auras caused the expressions of everyone around them to change. Even Luo Shueyao and Tang Jianfeng were no exception. At that moment, the 5 of them attacked at the same time. Each of them unleashed their most powerful abilities. Clearly, they wanted to kill Yi Qin alive. Mad Southern Yi, today will be the day you die. Titan roared and instantly transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. Extreme killing intent rose in his eyes as he smashed his fist at Yi Chen like a fan. Perfect timing. Yi Chen's killing intent was boiling as his physical strength was unleashed to the limit. As a golden punch shot across the sky, it was like a golden bolt of lightning that carried a destructive aura. Boom! Titan's punch landed on Yi Chen's body. To his shock, it was as if his punch had landed on an iron wall. The huge recoil made him spit blood. At the next moment, a golden fist smashed into his head and pierced through his chest. The world-class giant, who was famous for his physical strength, had his heart pierced on the spot, and he died instantly. His body fell into the surging river with a loud bang. Kill! Fire Emperor then condensed a fire dragon, and the fire dragon suppressed the sky. Sword, come! Yi Chen opened his mouth and spat. A towering sword gleam pierced through the air and slashed at Fire Emperor at lightning speed. Fire Emperor paused, and his head was separated from his body. At that moment, Yi Chen's body was filled with an overbearing aura. A powerful pressure swept across the sky, suppressing everything like crushing dry weeds. Retreat! The 3 remaining Marquis, Bruce, and the others were the most shocked. The 3 of them retreated without hesitation. At this point, even the few conceited world-class giants were afraid. They did not expect Yi Chen to be countless times more powerful than the rumors said. At that moment, the crowd behind them was trembling. The 2 sides had only fought for a few breaths of time, and 2 world-class giants had died one after another. They were not on the same level at all. Xiao Yuanjing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Friends from the West, why don't you come to my iron chain bridge? I'd be happy to be friends with you." His expression was extremely sincere. "Thank you very much." Sensing his sincerity, Bruce and the rest looked at each other before stepping onto the iron chain bridge that Xiao Yuanjing was on. However, their eyes were filled with endless killing intent when they looked at Yi Chen. This guy is shameless. Luo Shueyao was furious. He clearly knows that Yi Chen doesn't get along with those Westerners, but he invited them onto the ship on purpose. It's obvious that he wants to make more enemies for Yi Chen on the ghost ship